Welcome to the 2023 Maine Lobster Pot here at beautiful Wainwright Field Complex in South Portland. We are watching UVM B women's against Rutgers women's on Field 1, the live stream field. My name is Mike Callahan. I am joined with our videographer Maxime and Tom Myers.
How's it going, everybody? It is a beautiful day for Ultimate.
It's a little unusual this year in that it's raining. We've been lucky with our weather so far in this tournament, and this is the first time we've had to deal with real elements beyond wind. So we've got a turnover. Rutgers takes over, middle of the field, right around midfield. Tries going deep, big huck. Oh, caught off the rebound. Number 8. Oh, and that's Deed. UVM taking over, near sideline. Let's see what they do for their cutting. All right, UVM holstering.
It's like vertical stack from UVM. Cuts are pretty continuous, but a forced high stall count decision.
Yeah, I think the first game of the day, we're going to see a lot of till teams get in a rhythm. That was a very nice cut out of the middle of the stack.
Good adjustment by 0 there from Rutgers to go chase that down on the overthrow.
Oh, nice patience. Oh, and miscommunication.
Yep.
UVM takes over. Walks up the disc near middle of the field. And looking for the reset. And another high stall count throwaway.
It's a good idea with the high stall count, just looking for opens, base, and a tall receiver. Let's see if Rutgers can capitalize on this turnover.
Cross field, curling back, near sideline. Rutgers with the disc.
Lots of cuts to the front corner all at the same time.
Yes. Oh, nice fake. Oh, nice break on that.
Field, that side's open now if they want it.
Yep, now it's closed. Rutgers looking for the reset.
Excellent.
Their primary handler, number 17. Oh, and perhaps an ill-advised backhand to the corner. UVM, oh, tries for the quick strike. Gets it up to about the middle of the field. Rutgers will take over. You know, one of the things I'm noticing, Tom, that UVM's doing is every single cut comes from the last person in the stack.
Yeah, much more disciplined and organized offense from UVM in comparison to Rutgers right out of the gate. UVM might have also just been looking to flip some field position with that, essentially a punt just to kind of get the disc further out of their end zone here.
Yeah, they might be trying the huck and play D strategy.
Especially when you get bogged down. Oh, nice adjust, almost by number 4 for UVM. Excellent, turning and chasing and trying to catch up to that high throw there.
So Rutgers takes over, near sideline, right in front of the camera. Keeps moving it up the sideline. Oh, great D by number 5 for UVM.
83 had that measured up. That was actually a really nice looking throw. Just the height of the UVM defender just closed that envelope.
It is hard to teach tall. Yeah, Rutgers seems to have picked up on UVM's vertical stack offense with every single cut coming from the last position.
It's also, this is a very long point, and everyone's starting to get tired, and the stack for UVM's getting condensed, and I mean, like, they're not as spread out down the field. Everything is really close together. The spacing is really hard. There's not a lot of room for the throwers to operate right now.
Yeah, they're standing basically right next to each other in the stack, and that's very difficult to set a cut up from. Rutgers, near sideline, and Deed again by UVM. A lot of back and forth early. We haven't seen the disc slipping yet, despite the rain.
I've seen some of the UVM handlers struggling when they pick up off of the turnovers, really trying to, like, you know, dry it down. And there's a drop that's probably a wet disc.
Yep.
A wet disc play right there, but yeah.
So Rutgers will take over near sideline. Good mark, UVM. Looking for the reset. Oh, turned too late. Oh,
Good
nice
throw.
break though. Still near sideline. Nice work by the handler. Oh, nice forehand up the sideline by Rutgers. Looking to strike in the corner. Oh.
That's the right idea, to get it when you have nothing in that corner, to go around and try the other side.
Yeah, jamming it up the sideline can only work so long, and then you run out of space.
It looks so far for Rutgers that 83 is a primary first option once they get to kind of, you know, initiate their offense and get their offense rolling. And we have an injury call right now for UVM. So we have a new player subbing in here. Number 13 is coming into the game, and Rutgers is free to use this as a substitution as well if they want to.
They have chosen not to. So they are forcing forehand, or the opposite side, the far sideline. Disc is on the near. Oh, and there is a slip. The field is pretty slick as well. We've had some rain a little bit in the last week, so, and these particular fields don't drain well, so there's going to be a lot of slipping on this field.
And looking at the footing here, there's another drop for the wet
Yep.
frisbee is hard to catch right now. Looking at the footing of the players too, as they look downfield, Rutgers going for the end zone.
Oh, that was a good adjustment by H. You just couldn't get in front of the UVM defender.
It appears as though, and there's a pick called in the stack there. Number 5 was making a cut, and the defender ran into another player. As far as the conditions in the footing goes, it looks like it's a combination of wet and muddy. So I'm seeing a lot of players with cleats that are completely bogged down already, which obviously makes the grip really challenging.
So UVM takes over, working it up the near sideline. Had the opening and tried the cross field pass and was unsuccessful. So Rutgers will take over. Disc is laying in the middle of the field, still in the offensive zone.
Both teams are forcing forehand. Forehands are a little harder to throw in the rain. Good defense by number 2.
So UVM takes over near sideline again. Oh, and a quick drop.
That's unfortunate.
See if Rutgers can take advantage with a quick strike. Takes over near sideline.
Yeah,
Forehand.
Looking for 80.
Across the field. Oh, and just came up short. Good adjustment by 0, but just not able to contort her body around it.
That throw was intended for 83. Looking for the open space and back there to catch UVM before the defense set, but just took a little too long to get there.
And that might also have been a wet disc issue with just not quite getting enough grip on it. Rutgers, far sideline, deep throw, backhand to the middle. Oh, great last second defense by the UVM defender.
That was well played on both sides. 83 giving up some height and doing a fantastic job of boxing out and putting themselves in the right position to make that catch. Just, again, you can't teach tall, and tall won out in that on that play right there. UVM looking to take over and march down the field here.
Nice read by number 2, just stepped right in front of that disc. So Rutgers will take over on the far sideline. Still in the offensive zone, still waiting for our first score of the game, 0-0.
Rutgers going to a different end zone set off of this one. They were kind of looking more like a really isolating space in the front, recognizing they've been having a hard time clogging that front corner. They spread everybody out, and they were looking to get a strike cut to that front cone with more room. Didn't work this time, but I would guess we're going to see that again if they get down there.
And the stack is really condensed now, and another drop in the wet conditions. Rutgers takes over far sideline. Got a little bit more on that forehand, but still going to come up short.
This is where endurance is really challenging these athletes right now. Rutgers is really slowing down and looking at more 1-2 throws into the end zone instead of trying to work the disc down the field. UVM still trying to be methodical, but having a hard time executing the simple throws. This is a battle of a point, Mike. My goodness.
Yeah, this is, and for those who might not be able to see much at home on the sidelines.
Way to go, Rutgers. That point is a moral victory right there for them.
That is.
Well done.
So it is now 1-0 Rutgers over UVM. Yeah, that was very nicely read. And for those watching, UVM women's team has quite a few subs. They can roll a couple lines plus. With Rutgers, they don't have the numbers, so they're going to be, if there are a lot of points like that, they're going to be worn out by the end of this game. So one thing Tom talked about, you talked about earlier, was the Rutgers player using her body to essentially like a basketball box out for a rebound. So ultimate frisbee, for those unfamiliar, is generally a non-contact sport. So you can't run through someone to get to the disc, but you can use your body in body position to essentially shield a defender from getting the disc.
To an extent. I mean, both players have the right to a path to the disc. It is the defender's job to not run over the offensive players, but there is like too much of a box out, too aggressive of a box out can be, the offensive player impeding the defender as well. But yeah, there's a certain amount of positioning that is allowed, and on that play in particular back there, I thought the Rutgers athlete number 83 did a fantastic job of giving themselves every chance to catch that disc against a much taller opponent. It's not easy to do. It requires a lot of awareness, spatial awareness of where you are and where your defender is, also while reading the disc really well. I'm interested to see if there's any sort of adjustments. Rutgers took some time after that point. There might have even been a timeout call. There was a long period in between that point to see if they're going to make any adjustments on offense, especially now that they're going with a little bit of a breeze. The breeze maybe has it changed direction a little bit, Mike? I think it might have. I'm looking at the flags across the way. No, it's about the same. It's pretty much blowing from the back right corner of the field to the front left end, front left of the field, so kind of toward us diagonally.
Which, from the perspective that we talked about earlier with UVM trying to do the quote-unquote huck and play D, if you're going to do that, you want to do it when the wind's at your back, because it's hard. You want to challenge the other team to to run the entire length of the field against a wind to score. Honestly, Rutgers is not having much of a problem moving the disc. They're just, as you said, getting bogged down when they get close to the end zone.
Bogged down close to the end zone, and their offense initiates well and quickly stalls. And I think if they would be able to keep room for their handlers to be able to reset, I think they'd be able to restart their offense. A nice pull to begin, yeah.
UVM takes over. And we're still in person defense for Rutgers. Ooh, and someone got stepped on. That hurts.
Yeah, everything's okay. UVM, again, was a really condensed stack there. Everybody was within a 15-yard box here to begin with.
Ooh, nice velocity, but UVM has a break. Big backhand to the end zone. Caught short and relayed in. Nice play by UVM.
Excellent job taking advantage of that turnover and just like a fast break in basketball, just more UVM players down the field, and Rutgers just could not catch up in time.
Yeah, and one of the things I noticed there is the Rutgers player who turned it over got a little discouraged with herself on the throw, and it just took a second, and the person she was defending immediately took off, and that was the difference.
And it was a good cut and the correct throw. Just sometimes the execution just isn't quite there, and it's frustrating as a player when that happens, but you got to shake that off and continue playing. Those mistakes happen, and they're rarely, though. Those are that was not a bad decision or anything. Just keep your head on your shoulders and get back and play defense. That was a lot of excellent hustle by UVM too to really take advantage, and now they've got the wind in their favor once again.
And it's 1-1 now, deadlocked. Rutgers and UVM. UVM pulling right to left across your screen. Rutgers players cleaning. We mentioned the muddy conditions. They're cleaning off their cleats so they can get a little grip. And UVM preparing to pull. And the disc is up. Nice pull. In the middle of the field. Rutgers takes over. Again, the stack is a little bit condensed. Oh, nice layout grab. Near sideline, Rutgers. Swing towards the middle of the field.
There.
Another swing.
Excellent.
Wow, excellent work by this line of Rutgers. Middle of the field, at midfield, deep forehand. Oh, nice job by the Rutgers player to read that. Continuation. And
we're checking to see if they were in the end zone when they caught or if they ran in.
So a point in ultimate is scored when the team catches it in the end zone, and it's the first point of contact. But apparently she ran it in.
Yeah, it looks like they're saying that she caught outside the end zone and ran in, so they're resetting. Rutgers on the goal line, and here we go.
Still towards the near sideline. Oh, nice quick dish.
Well done. It's a long cut by the handler, but again, once she got inside position, then there's nothing that the defender can do about that. Well done.
So it is now 2-1 Rutgers over UVM. Last couple points have been much quicker. Makes it much easier on the players. A lot crisper too. Crisper play the last couple points. I thought Rutgers really did a nice job moving, and then they did an excellent job of swinging back and forth among the handlers across the field. And what that does is you start getting a little bit of a gap between you and your defender, and that gap keeps getting bigger as you move the disc more and move it at a faster rate.
And UVM is forcing Rutgers to throw on the near side of the field toward our camera. And as Rutgers got closer and closer to the sideline, there's less room for the cutters to maneuver. So swinging it back and then going around to the far side of the field enables the whole field to now be an option for the cutters and the throwers to take advantage of. That's the power of resetting and moving it around, just like you'd see in soccer when the offense doesn't work on one side of the field, they'll pass it back around and try up the other side. The same principles work here in ultimate frisbee as well. That was a really well done. I mean, the timing was pretty good on those cuts for that swing to happen, and it made the rest of that offense, it made that deep look wide open, and it really got them rolling. So well done by Rutgers.
And the force is designed to make defense easier. So what happens is the mark sets up and in a position on the hip of the thrower, trying to make them throw in a direction they want them to throw in, and all the defenders are in a line guarding their person in that throwing lane to try and make it so, as Tom said, when you get near the sideline, all of a sudden you've got 10 bodies in a very small space, makes it very difficult to move the disc. So UVM will take over right around midfield, in the middle of the field. And that was a pick waiting to happen.
Good recovery by Rutgers. There was a miscommunication off the pull of who was guarding who, and UVM was unable to take advantage of an unmarked player.
That's good defense now. Up! Yeah, Molly!
Not in the camera, please. Rutgers will take over.
Good awareness by the Rutgers defender to jump in that lane, take away that look.
Another swing.
I'm sorry.
All right.
And a turnover. So UVM will take over, far sideline. Forcing back to the middle. Oh, and Rutgers again with a D.
This disc is hard to catch when it is soaked with rain.
Yeah. Oh, nice laser. Oh, and a sweet backhand grab by number 8.
One-handed catch on the sideline.
Oh.
Way to stick with it for the UVM defender. That throw was shaped well to kind of go around, but again, the height comes into play on that one as well. What a catch on the sideline by Rutgers, number 8.
God, that was fantastic. Backhand off a laser in the rain. Woo. So UVM takes over. Looking for help. 3 people cutting in the same spot. And moving the disc up. Oh, and another slippery disc. Hits the ground. Rutgers near sideline. Looking for the quick strike. Not there. Oh, nice work by the swing handler. Great cut. And opened up that sideline, but just out of reach of the Rutgers.
Rutgers handler number 17 and either a handler or like a front of the line cutter number 4 have really good timing together as a unit of being able to cut off of each other and really make it so they can just catch, turn, and throw really quickly. There's UVM working down the field on the far sideline.
Trying, looking for help, gets the handler swing. Rutgers really doing a nice job on the defending that front of the stack. But again, when every cut comes from the back of the stack, if you bracket, you cut off a lot of offensive flow. But UVM, near sideline, moving it up the field. Still on the sideline. Oh, tough throw. Oh, into the corner.
Into the corner, inbounds, nice. Nice catch, nice throw. Good persistence by UVM on that point.
2-2 now, Rutgers and UVM. That was really nice work by, it was nice, what it was nice patience by the throwers. They didn't get too excited when they initially caught it and saw the first cut. The cut was covered on defense, so waited for the next cut and put it right in the corner of the end zone. Really nice throw. Rain continuing to come down.
Coming down a little. Since we started, it's like slowly increased in intensity.
As we shall expect throughout the day. Rain is forecast for the entire weekend. But temperatures are relatively warm, so it's not as bad as if it was 40 and rainy.
And the rain, for some players too, can affect. Like we've mentioned a few times about how the stack is close together and close to the disc. I would imagine that if it was a bright sunny day out, the teams would have more spacing and they would be more spread out than they are today. Not necessarily by design, but it's kind of just almost happens subconsciously when you're on the field. You know the throws are harder. You know it's harder, that you're compromised with your grip and your cutting is harder. And so you just don't want to be as far away from the frisbee because you want to make the throw easier. And what ends up happening though is it has the opposite effect, is it makes everything harder. So the spacing becomes more important when it's wet outside, but you have to like fight your brain and your instinct to like be closer and make the throw shorter. Again, and that could be what's happening here too.
And so far, we've seen Rutgers and UVM running exclusively vertical stack offense. Now, what that means is usually there's a handler and an outlet near the handler, and everyone's in a line up the field, and the stacks and the cuts come out from the stack. Oh, very good read by the UVM defender. Milking that throw and getting the D. Now Rutgers playing defense. Oh, nice snag by UVM, number 9. Oh, good throw, but a little bit low. Rutgers resets, near sideline. Towards the, oh, and we have a zone.
Yep, UVM's throwing a zone, a 3-person cup, a 3 in the middle there, and 1 deep back here. Number 13 is playing the like deep safety.
So Rutgers is trying to, oh, but that was
Nearly
telegraphed, and quick score by UVM to make it 3-2 UVM. Now, the idea behind a zone defense as opposed to person is to, when you're playing person, you stick with that same person for the entire point, unless something goes haywire and you switch. In zone, you are responsible for an area of the field. And Tom, you mentioned they came out in the what we call a traditional cup defense. 3 people around the disc to try and make those throws harder. Mm-hmm. And 2 people kind of on the what we call the wings to make swing passes difficult, like you saw there. They made the D on that. Person kind of in the middle, taking over the top, right behind the cup, away, and then a deep to take everything deep away. Mm-hmm. Oh, and we have the first appearance of some sort of spirit leg.
Yes, UVM's spirit object mascot. We'll get some clarification on halftime as to what the role of the fabulously painted spirit leg is. We are definitely intrigued by the powers this object may possess.
We're not sure if it is a leg or a lamp, but we're pretty sure it's from Italy.
It's from Italy, and it is definitely fragile. As far as the zone goes, another way to think about it also is the people that are downfield from the disc. The person who's deepest, farthest away from the disc has all of that deep space to be responsible for. Directly in front of them are those 3 players that Mike mentioned before, basically splitting the field into thirds, being directly across the field widthwise, each one being responsible for side third, middle third, and the other third there. And then the players that are in the cup are really trying to contain the frisbee and make the throwing upfield difficult by making the throwing lanes much narrower, and really trying to prevent the offense from swinging the disc side to side effortlessly.
And zone is a good way to test if your opponent has patience and work it up the field. Oh, and we have a little bit of a short pull by UVM. And they are coming out in that 3-person zone, and
let's see. I don't think they're going to stick with it here. I think
nope.
I think they changed on the fly here to go to person defense.
And they do an excellent job of marking up immediately and not getting lost in that transition. So Rutgers takes it, far sideline. Oh, nice cut. Oh, good defense, good offense. So now UVM will take over at the front of their end zone, far side of the field.
And you see UVM number 33 with their hand up in the air. They are setting the stack, so they are the point person, and all the other players fall in behind them down the field, sort of establishing an order and like a beginning point of the stack. It's something that seems trivial, but is very helpful just to get yourself organized to begin the point. Nice catch by that UVM athlete, and an unfortunate turnover right afterwards.
So Rutgers will take over on the far sideline, trying to punch it in and even up the score. Oh, nice throw, curling back towards the middle of the end zone.
Well done.
Nice job by Rutgers to even up the score at 3. Yeah, that entire point was set up by the slip, the pull slipping out of the hand a little bit. It gave Rutgers excellent field position and a couple of turnovers, and they were able to punch it in. We were talking about zone earlier, and it's a good test of if your opponent has patience to move the disc and make 100 throws if they have to progress the disc upfield. And it's also, quite frankly, whether your opponent has throwers at every level, so they can catch it in the middle of the field, in the middle third, like you were saying, Tom, and can they hold on to it and make the next completion?
Right. And as we've seen so far today with these conditions, it is very difficult for either offense to string together 5, 6, 7 completions in a row before there is a turnover, and the zone is designed to make the offense do exactly that. To break down a zone, you have to string together a number of completions in order to break that zone down, and that's just really, really hard today, because these conditions are just, it's hard to make throws. Easy throws and catches are much harder in these slick conditions.
And what I like about when I have to play in the rain is it brings a little bit more focus. Now it's hard because you can have all the focus in the world, and if your forehand or your backhand slips a little bit, it's not going to matter. But it really does force you to watch the disc all the way into your hands, make that catch. But it can also get in your head. If you drop one disc, all of a sudden you're worried about dropping the next one.
Yeah, and you've seen more so from the Rutgers side so far than the UVM side, just how the game's played out. But these points have been scored from Rutgers by their experienced, talented throwers, and you can tell that they are just not as affected by these conditions as a lot of the other players on this field. And it's going to be very important for those players to continue to make good decisions as the game goes on, as UVM sets up, taking advantage of a short pull here.
Oh, nice job. Oh, good cut. Another slip on the disc. Rutgers takes over, and UVM comes back out into a zone.
Back in their zone. There's the 3 people that are right around, they're chasing the disc. And there's the wall of 3 here with this athlete with the bandana on this sideline. Number 22 is playing in the middle for UVM. And
oh, nice job by the Rutgers offense.
And they have a wing playing back on UVM. It didn't matter on this point, but they had a wing kind of helping out the deep, taking away some deep looks.
And UVM there was trying to basically a 4 sideline zone. They were trying to get it over on the sideline and trap it, but the Rutgers handlers were good enough to keep it from getting pinned on the sideline. And Rutgers will take over in midfield,
in UVM,
middle of the field.
UVM on that last point on offense went to a side stack, pushing the stack and starting it all the way closer to us on our side of the field.
So Rutgers seems to have found some of the holes in this zone.
And you can see
Near sideline.
UVM making another adjustment here, bringing that middle person 22 right into the cup to make it even harder to get through.
Yeah, making it essentially a 4-person cup. Oh, and that's the danger, is that middle gets opened up. 0 was wide open. Unfortunate turnover there.
That was the one pass away from breaking that down was Rutgers right there. They were almost there. And here's UVM with the side stack, trying to get as much space out there on the open side of the field as they can.
So UVM will, on the quick turn, will move to person defense. Rutgers picks up.
I have a straight up mark right here from UVM.
Oh, and the defender slipped, and the Rutgers
Takes
took advantage of
Well
it.
done.
So it is now 4-3, Rutgers over UVM. Yeah, Tom, we saw by bringing that, by having that, what we call a popper. So on offense, when you're on offense playing against a zone defense, we typically have 3 people handling and 2 people moving in and out of that cup, as well as around the cup, to try and, that we call popper positions, to try and get a little bit of forward progress of the disc and to get that cup to collapse and open up lanes for other people.
Right, because like as we had said before, those 3 players that are chasing the disc, that are in the cup there, they're trying to make the throwing lanes down the field really narrow and really tight and really hard to take advantage of. The 2 players that are on offense that are working with the handlers, it's really important for them to work together as a unit, because their job is to make the cup move and react to them. And when that happens, then the spacing gets bigger. The gaps in the cup get bigger, and that's the gap that the thrower can then take advantage of.
And what I thought Rutgers did well that time with moving the disc is the other factor that we haven't talked about is those 3 people in the cup marking are always running. And the more you get them to run, the more you can get them a little bit out of position. And that's all you need to move the disc up the field. And if you get them really tired so that it completely collapses, then everything's open.
And what happened on that last point? The disc came toward us on the sideline closer to us here. UVM brought that 4th person into the cup. Rutgers was still able to get it to go back in the other direction, back around again, and the cup got wider, and that's when Rutgers was able to go through the middle, and then down the field to number 0. And they were just 1 throw away from completely rolling up that zone defense and turning it into a fast break. So you saw how that works when you go from one side of the field to the other. Those players, they get a little bit out of position, and then you can take advantage of bigger throwing lanes. So well done by Rutgers. Again, just 1 throw away from making that work.
And as someone who's played the deep position, I've played every position in the zone before, and it's a very hard, it's a very bad feeling when you see that person breaking open in front of you and you don't think you can get there, and then you've got someone breaking deep, and now all of a sudden you're in the middle and you're stranded, and it's a really bad feeling.
Yeah. Just like another basketball analogy. You're that one defender defending a 2 or 3-on-1 fast break. It's not a great position to be in.
Good pull by Rutgers.
On this point, it looks like the rain and the wind even maybe is, the wind is about the same, but the rain has gone away, giving us a bit of a reprieve here.
There's either some confusion by Rutgers, or they were just leaving one of the handlers alone and playing a little poach D.
Back zone again for UVM.
And the popper's not doing very much right now, so the handler's going to have to swing it among themselves.
And you can see the middle. Oh, nice find right through that couple of defenders. I was going to say that UVM's number 9 in the middle here has her back to the disc sometimes, looking for poppers to cover.
Oh, and that was just an unfortunate slip because they had good movement. Oh, and deep throw, forehand up. Oh, and just out of reach of the UVM cutter. That had point written all over it. Now, as Rutgers takes over and UVM gets back in that zone. Oh, just out of reach.
Let's see what offense Rutgers sets up here on the zone. Oh, no, sorry. No, UVM. Let's see what kind of offense they set up here to try and punch it in here.
Oh, quick strike and...
Another question of whether she was in the end zone or not.
the 2-2 might be blinding the defender. That could be the problem.
Not in, so we're going to continue.
Oh, and just kept running away
Number
from the
9
disc.
almost caught that. They had their hand on it. They almost caught it. That was really challenging. A great effort by number 9.
And so Rutgers takes over on their own end line. UVM coming out in that zone again. Rutgers showing patience, swinging. Ooh, laser over the head, just a little high. So now UVM will take over on the near sideline. See if Rutgers tries to shut off that corner of the end zone on the strike cut. Oh, and that is open.
Got it. It worked.
And UVM evens up the score, 4-4. So we get quite the back and forth game, other than the first point, which was extremely long. You know, a couple of quick points, and then that UVM zone having some effectiveness.
And it's not unusual for teams to struggle coming out of the gate with conditions like this, and you know, it is also, it's October. These teams are just kind of getting into the swing of things. This might be, you know, this is an early tournament, so it's still kind of getting you know, gearing up and figuring out roles and things of what we're good at and what we need to work on. So that first point was rough, but you know, we knew that was not representative of the skill of these two teams, and we're kind of seeing the talent come through on these last couple of points where like they are just moving the disc, they're executing pretty well. Yeah, and they seem to be evenly matched. I'm curious to see as we continue to go in this game, how the depth of UVM's roster versus Rutgers' lack of numbers might start coming into play.
Yeah, it looks like Rutgers has 11 or 12,
It's like 12
players. So it's going to be, you know, for a 2-day tournament, that can be pretty rough. But I think they have 3 games today with a bye.
Yeah, so we might not actually see some of the effects right now. Incoming. This is
Oh,
coming right at
and
us.
the pull is coming right to us. So Rutgers will take over. As you heard, she says she's bricking, which means she's taking it to the middle of the field. When the disc lands out of bounds on a pull, you are allowed to take it to the middle of the field. And UVM comes out in that zone again. And Rutgers, without difficulty, moves it.
And that was due to the positioning of the middle of the cup. The middle of the cup was too far over to their left.
Oh, we have a big forehand up the field, curling back to the middle. Oh, and Rutgers comes down with it.
Excellent read by 83. Put themselves in the right position.
She has been consistently their best downfield threat. And Rutgers, middle of the field. Ooh, good throw. Right up the middle to take the lead. 5-4, Rutgers. Yeah, 83 is just really, her position's good. She reads the disc extremely well. And she's just been their most consistent downfield player for Rutgers. They've got solid handlers, and as you said, Tom, you know, when that cup gets just a little bit out of position, it opens up that inside-out throw to the far sideline, and now it becomes much more difficult to play defense. So Rutgers will be pulling to UVM, right to left across your screen. We would like to thank our sponsors. You will see field signs out here. Royal River, Revision Energy, Port Property, Moe's, etc. They're all sponsors of Maine Ultimate, and we thank them for their continued sponsorship.
And if you've ever wondered what type of frisbee that we play Ultimate Frisbee with, it is a Discraft Ultra Star, and Discraft, home of the Ultra Star, is the official disc of USA Ultimate. We make flying discs fun. Let's see how far Rutgers can make this flying disc fly on this pull here.
So about midfield, and UVM will take over, and they come out in vert stack again with Rutgers playing person defense. Ooh, there's still a lot of slipping on that field. Oh, good strike cut. Oh, and up the field, but 0 on Rutgers makes the defense. Oh, and another quick turnover. So UVM will take over right in front of the camera, near sideline. Oh, that was a good cut. Count's getting high, looking for the reset. Oh, good job by 81 to get under that disc. Great force throw, and unfortunately a little bit low.
Great idea, but again, the execution not quite there for that one.
So Rutgers takes over. Yeah, what I like about the Rutgers, their primary handlers, is they don't care. If it's a turnover, I don't care. I'm making that same throw again. They're really confident, and that is a huge in this game. Oh, and boy, that defender for UVM has made a couple of really nice plays today already.
Yeah, they're determined, and they're very good at attacking the disc once it's in the air. And they've taken advantage a few times of Rutgers' cutters kind of slowing down and stopping when the disc is coming toward them, instead of continuing to run through making that catch.
Yeah, you know, when we're teaching kids how to play, we always say run through the disc, meaning keep going, don't ever stop, because your defender's not going to stop.
Yeah, you don't need to worry about stopping until you've already caught it. So,
far side of the field, UVM on offense, vertical stack. Oh, and we have a deep throw up the field. Oh, nice
Good
effort by 5. Just unable to come up with the disc.
There's another high stall count, just kind of get rid of it down the field. Number 5 for UVM continues to work. They've had a tough time completing the plays and catching the disc, but it has not stopped their intensity and their cutting. They're just grinding through it today.
So UVM takes over again after a quick turn by Rutgers. And little handler movement, near side. Again.
Nice concentration by 81.
Oh, and a
Is the
turnover.
stream live right now?
Should be.
Okay. Huh?
So Rutgers will take over, near sideline, and their own end zone. And count's getting high. Oh, very good defense by the UVM on the handle. Oh, great layout D by 83 or 81.
That's just an experienced player knowing where that disc is going to be going next. Well done.
So what we've seen from this UVM team, now that they've evened it up 5-5, what I noticed on that point, Tom, a lot of what UVM was doing is they weren't getting cuts. They weren't getting much movement out of the stack, and when they were cutting out of the stack, they were covered. Rutgers has figured out their offense. So what they were doing is what we call strike cuts, right? That's where the wing handler, the reset, fakes an around and then runs at a really hard angle right up the sideline, called a strike cut, and that's how they were moving that disc on that last point for UVM, and how they scored.
And UVM will continue to learn as the year goes on, but a lot of the handlers were doing a good job of communicating to their cutters. You can see the handlers shaking their head, or they're moving that disc and they're trying to communicate to their cutters, be like, no, you are not open. Please move out of the lane so that your teammate can start their cut. But the UVM cutters were not getting that message fast enough and were continuing to be in the way. And so they were, whereas you could get 2 or 3 cuts done before you have to, make a high stall count. So UVM was only getting 1 or 2 cuts done because their own teammates were they were not open, and they continued to be in the way for a long period of time. So that's something that just more practice and getting used to each other will alleviate that as the year goes on. But that creates that need of that handler to kind of come and get involved.
So we get a timeout.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you're right. And a really good way to let the cutter know that you're not going to throw it to him is throw him a really nice fake. If I fake to you, I'm not throwing it to you. If I hold on to that disc, it's not coming to you, so you need to get back into the stack.
Exactly.
So we mentioned Revision Energy. Revision Energy's mission is to make life better by building our just, equitable electric future. Consider Revision Energy because they are a huge supporter of Ultimate Frisbee and Maine Ultimate.
And get ready to elevate your game with the greatest ultimate bag, the ultimate bag for ultimate players. It's a great bag to keep all your things organized. It's also very important today. It's made out of a weather-resistant material. It's not waterproof, but it's weather-resistant. Don't settle for anything less than the best to get your greatest ultimate bag today.
So one thing we haven't mentioned, because we've been focused on the game, is Tourney Central this year. Tourney Central this year is quite impressive. They've got essentially a bounce house obstacle course, an inflatable obstacle course. They've got I think it's a faulty radar gun, but they've got a radar gun so players and fans can test their speed of their backhand or their forehand.
Who doesn't want to see how hard and fast you can throw an ultimate disc?
Who cares if it's accurate?
It doesn't matter.
Just how hard can you throw it?
Exactly. Yeah, there's definitely some errors, and I believe Breakmark is here too, aren't they? Or is it the Maine Ultimate through Breakmark selling their gear? Yeah. Yeah, so there's a merchandise tent as well.
And there's the Players Lounge where you can watch the stream or watch Nationals. Who wants to watch Nationals?
Absolutely. Club Nationals happening in San Diego.
All right, so out of that timeout, we've got UVM pulling to Rutgers, right to left across your screen. Looks like the rain's holding up just a little bit.
So in the past 5 or 10 minutes or so, the rain has been kind of dissipating a little, but the wind is picking up a little bit. We're feeling it a little bit in the tent here also. I'm also wondering, Mike, I didn't look at timing of this round. How much time do we have left in the game? It's 9:56. We've been playing for almost an hour. Is it a 90-minute time cap?
Maybe.
Because normally
it's usually 80 to 90. It'll be 80 to 90 minutes. So we're looking at 20 to 30 more minutes, and we have not yet reached half.
Right, because normally your ultimate games are played first to a certain number of points, so either 13 or 15 typically, and then half is taken halfway through that. So half would be when one team reaches either 7 or 8 points. The score right now, all knotted up at 5, and we have a half an hour left. So we're probably not going to get to the full score, which means then the clock starts to come into play of how much time do we have.
Well, and I've just been informed that it's a 75-minute.
75-minute cap, so we actually only have
15
minutes or a little bit longer, 15, 18 minutes to go here. So teams are trying to, the clock is definitely in play. Every possession really takes on a little more weight right now. And not surprising, UVM is trying to generate as many turnovers as they can by putting this zone back into play.
And Rutgers, and that's how you get the cup to move, is fake. Fake and pivot. Oh, nice. Through the middle there. Gets to the reset. Looks off the sideline throw. Popper wide open in the middle. Good patience by Rutgers. They really, it's almost like they invite the zone because they have enough patience and they're competent throwers that zone doesn't really mean much to them.
Yeah, they just need this next handler right over here to be further back, even with the disc, to get so that it doesn't get stuck in the middle like it is right now.
Yeah, just either further back or further up in the gap. Right now, she's in no person's land but right behind the. Oh, but it gets a nice swing.
And they might also be by design not wanting to throw it on this sideline, given how the defense is playing. They don't want to get stuck over here, so they might be taking that as a last like opportunity only if necessary.
Correct. Nice job by the Rutgers offense moving it around their zone. Now they go to person.
Yep.
So, and forehand up, curling back to the middle. Oh,
excellent effort by Rutgers. Stayed with that deflection. Very nearly made an epic highlight reel. UVM's disc.
That would have been the catch of the day for sure.
Mm-hmm. Definitely a candidate. It's the first game of the day, Mike. We can't sell ourselves too short, but
the day so
drop
far.
by UVM right on the end zone line.
Rutgers seeks to take advantage. 83 is open, but covered back up. Nice patience by number 2. Oh, and threw it at the feet of the defender.
It's a very hard throw. That low forehand break throw, trying to go like right around the defender's ankles like that. That's a really hard throw in the best of conditions.
Yeah, especially, when you don't have much space to throw into. Like it's better if it's like if you're not right on the end line. But that's you have a foul.
Strip was called, or a foul was called. UVM player saying they caught the disc, stopped rotation, and then the Rutgers player just came through and whacked it out of their hands.
Which is illegal in this game.
Cannot do that.
It is frowned upon.
They're having a discussion. We don't have, Ultimate Frisbee does not have referees. The game is self-officiated at this level. We do have observers at times. So what happens when we cannot agree on what happened? It is a do-over. The disc goes back to the thrower and we do it again. That's what happened here. Players could not agree as to whether the foul happened, so go back to the previous player.
And when a foul occurs, the person whose the foul was called on has the option to contest, basically saying, no, you're wrong, I didn't foul you. And that was the case or they can say no contest, and it is a foul.
Nice
great
catch.
Layout by 22 to come up with that disc.
Yes, put the hat back on, and we're ready to rock and roll.
Important to put the hat back on.
Absolutely.
Oh, a nice snag. UVM, some really nice catches here. Starting to get a little bit sideline happy.
But you can see how just no rain and how much crisper the offense looks when that disc is not covered in water. I say that I jinxed them as they then turn it over, of course. My apologies, UVM. That was an announcer jinx.
So Rutgers takes over on their own end line. Far sideline, coming up with the zone. I like this option. Oh, and Rutgers moves it around to the far side of the near side of the field. Oh, and a high throw.
Gotta go to
13 runs right through it, and just misses.
Yeah.
The cutter in the end zone.
Yeah. Again, the Rutgers number 8 standing and waiting for the disc to arrive, and UVM 13 just attacking and taking that away. Have to run to the disc.
Yeah, UVM is really aggressive on defense. That's going to pay off in this tournament.
Turnover on the goal line. Let's see what UVM can do here. What play are they going to call on the goal line? Who are they going to look to?
Looks like they're trying to ISO number 8. Get the swing off. UVM holstering. Oh, and then throw. Oh, a little too blady on that to come up with. Rutgers gets a break, takes over, near side of the field. on their own end line. UVM in that zone. Rutgers trying to maneuver.
Yeah,
Counts getting high, cross field.
yep.
Oh, but 83 down with a disc again.
And Rutgers having no movement through the cup, so good, excellent job by 13 of UVM. Again, attacking and taking it away.
UVM swinging it, middle of the field. Now near the far sideline. Excellent job on defense by 83, taking away the initial throw. Oh, and there we have a point, 6-5 now. UVM finally takes a lead in this game. I believe that is their first lead of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And the leg is back.
The leg is back.
Yep.
Rutgers struggled getting the offense initiated against the zone defense. There was very little movement from the cutters downfield. Trying to make the cup move. So the cup was set up. It was acting like a wall, and they had to go over the top, which is always dangerous when you're going into any sort of wind. The disc hangs in the air, and their team was able to go get it.
Yeah, that time Rutgers looked a little out of sorts on offense. I don't know if being backed up on their own end line got into their heads a little bit, but that was the first time we've seen the Rutgers handlers make questionable decisions under pressure. So we'll see if they get that straight now. They figure out a way around that zone defense.
Mm-hmm. They're going with the wind is a little, direction's changed, a little bit, becoming a little more across the field from like the far side to the near side, and less like up and down the field. Rutgers, sensing the urgency, with only 10 minutes left of game time, they are rolling with a very explosive-looking offensive line right now.
Yeah.
With 83 and 7 and 17 on the field at the same time, which we've seen it a few times, but we haven't seen it for the entire game on offense here. So we'll see.
And we've seen 11 be that third handler a lot in the zone too. So they're probably expecting this to become a zone and really work it up and shred the zone. We'll see if UVM even comes to the zone on this.
This is a really important point, though. With we're coming up against the clock here. Rutgers wants to be tied when the horn goes off, signifying that you finished the next point. Like you really want to be tied. You don't want to be having to like score and then score again once the hard cap goes off.
Yeah, so in a lot of these tournaments we have soft caps and hard caps, and the hard cap is play out the point, and that's it, unless you're tied. All right, so
UVM's in person defense.
And so Rutgers now needs to adjust their offense.
Right, Rutgers was expecting the zone, it looked like, because they were a little horizontal across the field.
Oh, we have a deep forehand up the field. Oh, just 13 gets her hand up.
I like the decision by 4 to go for that. Like, the cut was there.
And she's got the throw.
She's got the throw, you have the wind, like, go for it. Like.
Oh, and UVM with the quick turnover. Rutgers, far side of the field, picks up, trying to punch it in. 83 trying to force it. Oh, good cut by 17, but 0. Jane on the spot.
For help.
Oh, good patience by 0, not trying to force anything.
High stall count.
Yeah, UVM's doing a really good job on those handlers, really shutting them down.
That's the longest 10 seconds I've seen in a while.
So UVM will take over on their own end line. Far side of the field, near the mascot, Claudius. Oh, good cut. Now we've got a big backhand up the field and just out of reach of
a misread by the cutter wasn't expecting the disc to go long. They had rounded their cut and they were coming under.
Oh, good throw, forehand up the field for a point.
Well
Rutgers
done.
in that far corner, far side of the end zone. Very nice, quick strike to even it up 6-6. We have an exciting game here on Field 1, Wainwright Field Complex in South Portland. So yeah, like you're saying, Tom, there just seemed to be a little bit of miscommunication between the cutter and the handler. The cutter was cutting in just as the handler was letting it go deep, and trying to change directions on a slick field can be challenging, to say the least.
Yeah. And that's something that, again, with more practice, they will learn too, to when you're making that cut, it's both the thrower's responsibility and the cutter too, to see what the space looks like. And the space, going back to the handle, like making the undercut there, the space was clogged with players. But the deep space down the field was wide open. So, as the cutter is setting up their cut, they have to, address that as well and adjust. And I know that my thrower is not looking for me to come under right now. There's too many people in the way. I need to go in the other direction.
Due to the time constraints on this game, we might have a very quick or non-existent half if they get to 7.
I would guess that either the coaches have already talked about it, or they will talk about it quickly once we get to 7 and see that if we want to just play through halftime.
Yeah.
I also would not be surprised if UVM, with the wind, tries to set up a quick look down the field to try and either to score quickly or to flip field position and play defense down by where Rutgers is, as opposed to trying to methodically work the disc down the field, given that we are 5 minutes out, so there is plenty of time to do that. But again, every point is vital at this point in the game.
So Rutgers pulls left to right to UVM across your screen. Good pull, got a little bit of roll. UVM with the throw, and we are
the deep look
deep
right
threat
away.
to number 2. Oh,
Got
great
it.
read.
What a catch.
And number 2 with the disc. Oh, strike cut. Oh, but great foot block or leg block by number 8.
Number 8
on Rutgers. So now they got their wish. They're playing defense way upfield, hopefully, to try and get the quick turn.
Keep them there, Cheeks!
Oh, good cut by Rutgers, but now the talent count's getting high.
Number 2 sitting in the lane, taking everything
And
away.
it is a high disc floating back into the middle of the field, but that's exactly what UVM wanted, was the high stall count punt. Now Rutgers playing defense, UVM near sideline. Oh, and that was a high stall count throw as well.
Also a miscommunication there too of where they wanted to go with that reset.
Yeah, the reset made the strike cut, and she made the handler made the around throw. Rutgers with the disc, turns it over quickly, near side of the field.
Yeah, Josie, come on. Nice, Josie. Josie. Nice.
Good mark. UVM moving the disc. Oh, very busy in traffic, and good spirit call. Hit the ground.
Hit the ground, yep.
She sets it down. Rutgers takes over.
Nice cut by 83, closing the space on the defender and getting open with ease.
Yeah,
Looking
now
for
we're
it.
big forehand. Is
Is
that
it
going to
coming
drift
back?
back in
It's
or
not
not?
coming
And
back.
it's going to stay out of bounds. Oh, and the defender makes a questionable decision there, because they could have, when it goes out of bounds, if it wasn't touched, UVM would get to bring the disc back up to where it crossed out of
the line
bounds.
and went out of
But
bounds,
since
yeah.
the defender touched it, they have to take it where she knocked it out of bounds.
About a 16, 17-yard decision. Like, not the end of the world, but
It is really getting slick out there. Oh, and again with the swing pass dropped, Rutgers takes over. Trying to get the quick strike to 0. Oh, and
good recovery by 5. Again, like I said it before, but I'll say it one more time too. Number 5's had a rough day catching the disc, but they keep cutting, they're open, and they do not give up on defense. Excellent job, just forgetting about that, closing that gap, and making that catch really hard for 0.
And, you know, sometimes all it takes is, you know, your arm flashing in front of someone's eyes to make them lose a little bit of vision of the disc. So UVM, near the middle of the field, close to their own end zone. Oh, swinging it back and forth, and just an unforced error there.
Number 9 was thinking about the next throw before they had the disc in their hands.
So now,
where does Rutgers go for a big end zone cut here? Who's it going to be?
oh, great cut by number 0, but unable to connect. Boy, if 11, oh, and 83 comes down with it again.
0 made such a great cut, they faked out the defender and their own handler.
So it is now 7 Rutgers, UVM 6. And
we have 1 minute.
yeah, so we're not sure what they're gonna do. It looks like if it's going to be a half, it's going to be a quick half, but it should be really quick if UVM wants to get have an opportunity to tie the game back up.
And UVM has to tie this game back up going into the little bit of wind, which has, I would say, has had a mild to moderate effect on offense. It's made it a little bit challenging. We've noticed that going from left to right, that the disc tends to stay on this side of the field more, which is where the wind is going. So I would not be surprised if UVM tries to attack the far side of the field first before coming back this way.
Well, and that's why, and I think that's why earlier UVM was trying to play that. They were trying to really get that cut to force this sideline and get it trapped on the sideline, but they just could never do that.
And both teams have been forcing the play to come to this into the close sideline all day. And what UVM doesn't want to see right now is what's happening is the wind is starting to gust a little bit. It's becoming a little less predictable, and that, as any ultimate player would say, like, we'd rather have a consistent wind, even if it's harder, than a gusty, unpredictable wind, because it makes, you can plan for and correct for a consistent wind to a certain extent, but when it's randomly gusty, it just makes everything kind of a random roll of the dice, so to speak.
So Rutgers is pulling right to left across your screen to UVM. Rutgers in the dark, UVM in the white. Rutgers up 7-6.
Get a nice roll on that pull there, making it 10 yards longer than it would have been.
Oh, and good bait by the Rutgers defense. Really trying to shut down those cuts. UVM near sideline, near midfield. Oh, and we've got, the cut was open, but the holster. Oh, 8 makes a nice grab, throws the forehand a little bit away.
Over the top.
Now it looks like Rutgers is playing this game UVM was in this direction. Let's try and pin them back deep and get the quick, easy score off a turnover. So UVM picks up the disc, middle of the field. Good defense by Rutgers. Yep. Really clamping down here. And count's getting high. And that was a high stall count throwaway. That's what that was. So now Rutgers takes over, moves the disc. Middle of the field. Forehand into the end zone, and just out of reach of number 2. That was a nice throw.
Good idea from Rutgers. UVM on their first go-around on this point, did a really good job of just, the cuts were well-timed. They were methodically just going up the sideline, just working it right up the field. The next go-around was a little more chaotic, not quite as disciplined. They're adjusting their stack. They're giving themselves some more room on the far side of the field. Let's see if it works.
Oh, and that is, good job trying to stay with it, but just too much float on that. Rutgers takes over midfield, near the middle of the field. Oh, and a little bit behind the cutter, and a quick turnover. UVM takes over.
Let's see if UVM goes back to that, pushing the stack closer to us on camera. And again,
oh, and nice run through by the Rutgers defender. Rutgers
go through.
Picking up the disc. Oh, good cut by number 11. A little bit behind.
Yes, Ozzy! I love you!
So UVM will take over once again.
Yeah. Number 2 in Rutgers have been trying to be a little too perfect with their throws. Just throw it out into space and let the receiver go get it. That's back-to-back behind them throws.
UVM trying to show some patience. Oh, good give and go there. Get the disc moving. Up towards us on the sideline, near sideline.
Now UVM's rolling again.
Nice holster. Patience by number 13. Counts getting high.
Good patience by 13. UVM needs to continue to work to get it away off of this line if they can.
Near sideline. And please. Rutgers takes over. Near sideline.
Nice cut by number 4.
Backhand, big backhand up the field, coming back, and just remains out of bounds. I don't think that came back in.
Well, that's what coach is saying. Let's see what the players say, because
you can't make the call from the sideline.
Because the coach might think he's right, but it doesn't matter what coach thinks.
Yeah, in ultimate, as we mentioned earlier, all calls are made on the field, and they can request assistance from the sideline, but they don't have to, and the coach cannot insist that his call is correct.
And the Rutgers,
so now they're discussing it on the field.
The Rutgers player who threw the disc, number 2, has a good point. Given that they had probably the best view of it, given that they threw it from the line, is that disc barely landed out of bounds, so it probably hugged the line the whole way down the field. It might not have been fully out for most of its trip. Good bid by 14.
Floats just out of bounds, so Rutgers will take over and trying to get a 2-score lead in this very tight contest. Oh, and we have a corner of the end zone throw for the score. Rutgers 8-6. And that is, I think that's the game. So Rutgers on that last point showing a great deal of fortitude to keep their heads in the game and keep the pressure on UVM to try and get that last score of the game.
It was great instincts by number 4 on Rutgers, knowing that when they received that swing pass, the best place to attack the defense from that position is exactly where they did. They immediately turned and looked for that far side front cone, and great timing by the Rutgers cutter to already be going in that direction so they could just catch it, turn, throw it before the defense has any chance to react. It's well done. Really,
and so
really
we
good
have
job.
a final of 8-6 in favor of Rutgers. And or maybe not. 75. 75 minutes. 75 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I haven't either.
I haven't either.
But if they're up by 2, that's game. But I haven't heard anything. Like, it should be over.
It should.
There's also no half-back rule.
So no horn sounded?
No, but I don't know if there is a horn.
Oh, okay. So we just have to keep track of our own.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, maybe talking TV, but like, I think that should be game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good game?
So,
Yeah, I'm not trying to.
no,
If they
no.
want to play more, I'm going to be like, no, it's better than cheating.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
The coach doesn't want to cheat. That's always a good sign for a team.
Yeah.
I dislike that there's no half-back rules, though, because in a game that ends at 8,
Yeah.
Yeah. So, so a little bit of confusion going on about time cap and halftime cap rules, things. We'll get that ironed out as the day goes on. But yeah, it looks like 8-6 final score.
And the best part of Ultimate is the handshake at the end, the good spirit. This was one of the things I did like about this game is very spirited, not a lot of acrimony or anger or anything. Very clean game, good calls when calls were made, and then good discussion on the field.
Absolutely.
So congratulations to Rutgers for winning the first game of the tournament for the live stream. Tom, any last thoughts?
Yeah. I mean, it was a great game. These two teams battled. They played really hard. Lots of perseverance through some less than ideal conditions. And yeah, I'd say Lobster Pot's off to a fantastic start. It was a pleasure calling a game with you, Mike.
Yeah, and we will have, it's always a pleasure, Tom, and Maxime Rumiel, our videographer and computer guy, and our intern, I guess, Silvio. So we will tune back into this channel, and we will have a stream of the next game coming up shortly.
All right, and we're live with the Rutgers women's team. Well done on your first win of the tournament. How does it feel?
Feels great. We played them in the spring and they destroyed us like 12-1. So our goal for this game was just to do better than that.
Yeah.
And we came up here with a small squad with 12 of us no coaches.
We miss them dearly.
Shout
out J9.
Who's that? Nationals
miss
right
you.
now.
It's a club
Don't
nationals.
exist.
That's awesome. So you was at Club Nationals and you're here at Lobster Pot.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for making the drive coming up here. What went well for you in this game? Because you said that they demolished you before. So what kind of changes did you make to make this such an awesome game?
We just really locked in for this.
Yeah, I think
one.
we locked in.
We teed up.
We had really good flow. Just focused on nice flow and focusing. And yeah, it's pretty good.
Awesome. Any shout outs for friends and family back home?
Mom, tell the dogs I said hi. Say hi to the dogs for me.
Shout out Mom and Dad and brother.
Janine, Megan, Emily,
all our
Maddie,
coaches.
Liv, Anna, everyone who's helped our program over the past couple years.
We love you.
We love
and
you
miss
guys and miss you.
Awesome. Rutgers, thank you so much. You want to give one cheer before we go?
Lobby potty.
Lobby potty. Yeah. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Lobby potty!
Thank you so much. Good luck the rest of the way.
Hello and welcome to Saturday, a lovely Saturday in South Portland, Maine at Lobster Pot. We're bringing you action from the men's middle level tournament. URI is facing UMass Lowell. My name's Andy Schachter, joined by Ethan Taylor-Pierce. Ethan, do you want to say hello? He's just giving me a look.
Yeah, welcome. We're excited to bring you some live coverage of Ultimate here at Wainwright. Like Andy said, we're out here to watch URI and UMass Lowell. Teams are slowly taking the field now, and we're getting ready to kick it off.
URI is going to be to your left, pulling in dark. UMass Lowell is on the line in white, looking to receive.
Yeah.
We're going to apologize in advance. We don't have rosters in front of us, and a lot of these teams don't have uniforms yet, so we're going to be a little loose with names, but we'll try to do the best we can to identify some big plays and hopefully see some great Ultimate out here.
Yeah, Andy, we had a chance to meet with both teams prior to the game to get a little bit of intel, so we have a little bit of a more enriched commentary for you. So hopefully those impact players can make plays, we can shout them out, shout the programs out, and it should be a fun time. A little wet here, a little breezy.
But not raining.
Not raining right now, it's dry. So all of you watching, all you dozens watching at home, please cross your fingers and hope for no rain.
All right. First pulls up and it is out of bounds. Looks like, it feels like it's a little bit of a crosswind coming towards the camera. We'll see how that affects throws today, especially school hasn't been in session that long. We'll see how these teams come together and see how they're looking at this point in their season.
82 looks for a huck early. Turnover by UMass Lowell. Rhode Island back to pick up. 28 on Rhode Island, go back to pick up.
That huck was from one of UMass Lowell's freshmen.
Yep, Tamir. He's a product of the DC YCC program. The coach shouted him out as someone for us to watch.
Starting O-line.
By 33 in Rhode Island. Gets the reset to the center. Good pressure by UMass Lowell, and looks like foul call. No foul. Tamir of UMass Lowell to pick up.
Interesting, UMass Lowell setting up isolation with one player with a lot of space to try and make a play, but unfortunately the throw is pushed a little too wide.
Yeah, winds seem to affect that one, Andy.
I have a prediction that won't be the last time that happens.
I have a prediction that you might be correct. Rhode Island to pick up.
Looks like
in.
They're working out of more of a vertical set. As
UMass Lowell in to clean it up.
Wind strikes again.
35 and UMass Lowell to pick up. Centers to Tamir.
It's a great poach by URI. It looks like they figured out the isolation that UMass Lowell was trying to do and put some poachers into the lane to gum things up a little bit.
Quick hits here from Rhode Island. Let's see if they can keep the momentum going.
It's a great swing to get things back to the middle of the field, especially with the wind pushing things towards the sideline.
Definitely.
But unfortunately, another slightly off huck.
I think they're trying to bite off a little more yards than they're ready for early on in this game. 23 calls for the disc. Berliner takes the easy one. Huck up for UMass Lowell, 2 receivers back. Good grab.
And we have our first goal. It's a good little inside out backhand huck from number 82 to number 57.
And 57 was one that UMass Lowell's coach gave us to look out for as well. That's James Berliner.
Yeah, known tall guy.
Known tall guy. Great grab there for the score. UMass Lowell 1, Rhode Island 0. The UMass Lowell team consists of mostly returners. They prefer to carry more on their roster than what they have here today. They're 17 strong, but have 19 officially. But historically, they've carried something along the lines of 22 plus. So,
yeah, they said they wanted to be able to carry over some more numbers on their B team, which sounds like a luxury because when I was in college, we had 17 players total.
Coach TJ calling his line for Lowell. And it looks like 99 is handling the coach player duties for Rhode Island. URI singles for the pull, pulls up by 35. Quick centering pass.
Looks to be a little bit of a zone set that seems to cause a turnover.
Wet disc, breezy conditions, tough grab.
Also looks like another, I want to make a call, but then don't.
Yes, a couple of those so far.
URI gets it right back.
Big huck off the turnover. Nice by number 12.
That's a great read with the disc trailing away from him.
Reset to 99, turnover. Good possession to get the disc downfield. Lowell picks up the turnover. Quickly gets to 40.
Going with what you said earlier, it looks like a lot of the same players back on the field for Lowell based off their smaller roster like you talked about.
Great defense by 17 on URI, forcing the turnover.
That was a great job by 17, who was able to take away the lane and then recover quickly enough to make a play when there was a break throw.
Yeah. Forward of the up line. Looking for a receiver, wants to score here. Takes the easy up line to 99. Looking to get to the center. Need to get a little bit more horizontal space there, Andy.
Yeah, let's see. That's a much better job by URI moving the disc back into the middle of the field before they go for the front cone again. But a great play by number 82?
82, it looks like 82. Some aggressive defense early from both teams here.
Everyone just wants to muddy up their jerseys.
That's right. Gets off the sideline to the center. And the disc in the center of the field.
Good job being a heads-up play. I don't think that was an intended receiver there. Oh, unlucky, unfortunate wind gust.
Looking deep, right off the turn again. Grab by 4, and looks like a URI score.
Great catch again off trailing edge. Wind pushing that disc over a little bit, not quite flat.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of throws of that distance are going to stay flat.
We'll see. If a team can manage to do that, they'll be in pretty good shape.
That's right. URI very aggressive off the turnovers.
Yeah, they seem to be trying to punish in transition, always sending someone deep. To mixed results, but it paid off there. In the end, at the very least, it's in these blustery conditions, probably going to be able to win some field position there and make the other team try and work the full field.
So URI gets the score there, ties it up here at 1-1.
See if they counter with the zone look of their own after seeing UMass Lowell's.
So Andy and I got a chance to speak with Rhode Island briefly. They were taking the full time allotted for warm-ups. Get over here right before the start of the game, ready to play.
With 86 teams out here, it's tough to find space to warm up appropriately.
Correct, and gave us a little bit of history behind the program, albeit brief. One of their highlights is that they beat UNH. That's great.
In 2018.
In 2018. Some good programs out of UNH over the years.
One of their illustrious alumni playing in the men's national semifinal today.
Yeah. Lowell's looking for the reset here.
This Lowell horizontal stack is pretty deep, and that's a great huck by 82, but it took a little bit to get to that point where they could find someone open enough to make that throw.
So Lowell on the quick hit for the score, 82-57. That's James Berliner again. That's his second goal so far.
From the same thrower.
Yeah, good connection there.
We'll see if after a few turnovers in the first couple points, that was our first hold without any turnovers. So we'll see if both teams settle down a little bit.
Seem to be calibrated for the wind.
Rhode Island's rotating players a little more, has slightly, with their bigger roster, able to have put some pressure subs out and probably run a little bit more of a offensive line versus defensive line. But with the still being early season, see if just trying to get players reps and get ready for the spring, see where people are going to fit in. Lots of time to gel. Judging from a call that we just heard from the sideline, it sounds like Lowell's going to come down in his zone again.
Hopefully URI is not watching and scouting.
Easy. It's nice when the other team lets you know what they're doing.
URI picks up. 4 looks for the dump there. 12 back to 4.
It's a good break through the middle of the cup.
Yep.
Tough. There's a lot of space behind this cup, so just like that, if Rhode Island can find that space, they can be off to the races and transition a little bit.
URI seems to have handlers that are comfortable navigating the zone here.
Hard to throw, touchy throws. Oh.
Great throw by 4 for the URI score.
Seem to make quick work of that zone and make Lowell transition into a person defense, so
yeah,
it worked out well.
Yeah, excellent offense there from UMass Lowell. No, URI, excuse me.
Yeah.
URI here with a coach player crossing in front of the camera now. It's number 0, Captain Tanner, holding the clipboard today.
Maybe he's just going by one name these days. As we expected from a tournament like this, no observers or anyone keeping time. We apologize for any breaks in between points, as teams are going to take every second they can to set things up and try and be as strategic as possible leading into the next point.
As Andy alluded to earlier on, this is an early season tournament. The college season has not officially started yet. USA Ultimate begins their season sometime in January. So tournaments like these are good opportunities for college teams to gel and gain some chemistry, and for players that may not have played a lot of Ultimate to get some experience, make some plays, hopefully fall in love with the sport.
Well, it seems like both of these teams are pretty returner heavy and not a lot of true rookies on the field.
Pull up from URI. Good shot there. That's one of their freshmen.
Oh, and a tough first throw turnover into the wind. Didn't have a lot of options there, but probably wants that one back.
See what you can do on defense here.
Good throw to space leads us to our first break from Rhode Island.
Number 12, number 10 there on the URI score. Our dancing lobster, Claudius.
Claudius loves breaks.
Yes, he does. Show us what you got, Claudius.
Seems to have been watching a fair number of Gene Kelly movies.
Come on down to Wainwright here in South Portland, Maine. Get your photo with Claudius.
Maybe you could win lobster pot bingo.
Yeah.
It's a lovely setup here. Team ultimate as far as the eyes can see. Rich Young and crew doing an excellent job having a tournament central with food trucks and radar guns. Speed up, see how fast you throw.
Rumor has it Rich hit triple digits on the radar gun.
Kilometers
Kilometers,
per hour.
decimals.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. What is our metric here for? I don't know. I should go check out the leaderboard, see how that live arms are.
Some
Hopefully,
hard throwing college kids here.
yeah.
Pull up for URI. Tamir of UMass Lowell to pick up. Looks like they're running some post stack here, Andy.
Yeah, they've been. It's two of the more common
Foul called.
Our
I
first
apologize. We can't hear the discussion taking place on the field, but it looks like there's a.
It appears that the Lowell player is saying that they were held down from jumping appropriately, and it appears the Rhode Island player disagrees. And call seems to be retracted, and it is a turn.
Yep, turn for UMass Lowell. URI with possession.
See, it doesn't have a lot of looks downfield. Pretty good tight person defense.
4-1.
Oh, and the wind carries it just out of bounds.
Maine Movement sign. Maine Movement's one of Maine Ultimate's finest sponsors. Nice looking sign there.
If you're ever looking for massage therapy or strength training with an ultimate focus, look up Maine Movement online.
Jared Jondro is a teammate of ours. Very, very smart and capable person. Ultimate Fitness.
Has kept me all in one piece and functioning for multiple club seasons now. As I was saying, Lowell appears to be staying in a horizontal stack with 4 cutters across the width of the field, versus Rhode Island seems to be running more of a vertical, although now they're in a horizontal stack. Did you know Revision Energy was co-founded by Ultimate World Champion Fortunat Mueller? Revision Energy loves supporting Ultimate Frisbee because it's a friendly, inclusive sport.
We get a call here.
Stop moving!
4 is seeming to pick up the disc pretty frequently for URI. He seems to be a capable handler for that crew. 99 looking for 4 again.
High usage.
Gravitational pull for 4.
Another upline cut. See if they can stay in bounds. That's another break for Rhode Island.
Yeah.
Definitely building on momentum from that upwind break to really put pressure on Lowell.
Another key vendor, if you will, of Ultimate here, Discraft. As you may know, Discraft makes the disc for Ultimate, the Ultra Star. And quick announcement for them, Discraft, home of the Ultra Star, the official disc of the USA Ultimate. Your place for all your Ultimate and disc golf needs. Visit discraft.com. We make flying discs fun. All right, wind is still pretty stiff here, Andy. We've had a couple of unfortunate drops and bobbles.
Yeah, Rhode Island's doing a good job capitalizing on some short field first or second throw turnovers by Lowell. Let's see if Lowell can string some more passes together to kind of get out of their own end zone and get a little more action, and at least if they're going to turn it over, make Rhode Island work more of the field. And while things haven't come easy for Rhode Island, they've done a good job continuing making their cuts and resetting the disc as necessary. And even as the stall count has been getting high, able to get someone open to reset things and keep things moving.
Pull up for URI here. Gonna stay in bounds.
Oh, missed it.
Pass to UMass Lowell players. Number 3 for Lowell to bring it in.
And Lowell's going to have to work off the downwind sideline, and so most throws are going to go back into the wind, but that's a great throw into the middle of the field.
Center to 3. Quick swing. Turnover for Lowell. They're setting up their lanes deep. And it's
the horizontal stack formation that they're using opens up the middle of the field really well for throws like that, but unfortunately the players with the disc haven't been able to quite connect with the cutters. Well, that's a great block by 82 to be able to get the disc back. Number 82 and number 3 really seem to be doing a lot of the movement here. As they're looking for 57 again, who gets open off a slip by his defender for a goal.
I believe 82 and 57 have either assisted or scored all of Lowell's points up to this point.
And it's 4-3, the scoreboard hasn't quite been changed yet, but it's 4-3 Rhode Island now.
Yeah, strong combination there, 82 to 57. You can see the impact of having proficient handlers here with these early season tournaments to keep possession, keep the disc moving, crisp throws, pays dividends for these teams in early season tournaments.
One of the biggest advantages of playing on a college team versus a club team where people might be not necessarily be together all the time and living close to each other and practicing a lot. These college kids have the advantage of probably being on campus, or maybe some are living together as roommates. So they're probably able to build a little more cohesion throughout the year off the fields, which hopefully can help them out once they're on the field together, just throwing on their own. Or number 14 here on the sideline, really trying to fire up the rest of Lowell. See if he can infuse a little bit of energy into their sideline and see if they can get one of their breaks back.
asking for
82 to pull
URI's
again.
readiness.
See if they come out in this pull again.
It's coming towards us, Andy.
Let's see if the pull stays in bounds. Oh, and it just drifts just out as the Rhode Island sideline celebrates. When that pull goes out of bounds without hitting the ground first, team's able to center the disc from where it goes out, called a brick. Lowell's out in a person defense this time as opposed to the zone from a few. See if they can cause a little more pressure, but number 4 is still able to get good motion as he puts a great throw out to space for number 1 for another Rhode Island clean goal.
Yeah, excellent offense there from URI.
The wet conditions don't seem to be affecting the throwers very much. A little bit of the winds. But speaking of wet conditions, get ready to elevate your game with the greatest ultimate bag. That's capital G greatest, capital U ultimate, capital B bag. The ultimate bag for ultimate players. With its ultimate organization system, durable and waterproof design, and sleek style, you'll have everything you need to dominate on the field. Don't settle for anything less than the best. Get your greatest ultimate bag today. Another one of our great sponsors here at the Lobster Pot, and I believe they've been coordinating team orders for all teams attending here at potentially a discount. I don't know for sure, but come on down and find out.
Another clean hold there for URI's offense.
Yeah, Lowell, I think they've gone clean the last at least 3 offensive points Rhode Island's been on. So good momentum and puts a lot of pressure on Lowell as they have to also score cleanly to keep up. 5-3 score here. We should mention that we're playing a game to 15 today. This game started at 10:45 Eastern time and with a 75 minutes until cap, which would add 1 to whatever score they're at that time if they haven't reached 15 yet. It's just over 75 minutes.
Yeah, so
Sorry,
75
I've been
today is
misinformed.
just hard cap.
So if a team is winning at that point, then the game would just be over, and if it's tied, they'd play 1 final point to decide the winner of the game. So, but if things do go to 15, half will be taken at the first team to reach 8 points. And it's currently 5-3 Rhode Island, but Lowell is on the move. But an unfortunate touch pass just a bit too far for the receiver, number 57.
Yeah, Berliner again, 82, looking for his favorite target out here. Just a bit long. Quick hit to the sideline for 4 of URI.
On a break throw back across the stack, finds not the intended receiver, but a good heads-up play by number 16.
Great awareness there from URI.
On a highlight elevation by number 4, and again throws an around forehand for another break throw. That's a great find in the downwind corner of the end zone to put touch on that.
Yeah. Excellent throw there again. Number 4, URI.
Touching in every other. Lowell's really needs to dial in on them to be able to slow down Rhode Island's offense.
Six to 3 here with that URI score. URI is up. Yeah, excellent throw there from URI, and yes, Andy, they do need to find a solution for 4.
Lowell summing almost wholesale for that last group of 7 out there. See if they can put some new players on the field who can figure things out. Some fresh legs out there.
Some well-earned rest there for Lowell.
See a fair number of them hydrating with some of the beverages that are available at Tournament Central over there.
Yeah, you know, the tournament director here, Rich Young, does a great job of sourcing a variety of beverages here for players, volunteers, parents, all non-alcoholic, of course. These are college kids. But we have some Core, we have some Vita Coco, we have some Runa.
The number of canned waters I've seen going around and the different varieties are truly shocking considering it's all water.
Yeah. Yeah, great selection. Great spread.
Rhode Island looking to pull, see if they can keep this pull in bounds. And they do right down the middle. Nice deep pull into the middle of the end zone.
Yeah.
Oh, and 35 lets it go.
Stays away from that. That had some velocity to it.
And it lands before it goes out of the back, so Lowell has to work from the back of their own end zone, but that's a great find. Nice sliding catch by 77 to get some movement.
40 is a player for Lowell that's been active.
And unfortunately throws into hard running by number 11. And another short field for Rhode Island to work with. I think Rhode Island's been doing a much better job once they are on a sideline to get things back into the middle of the field. And as I say that, they try to cram it right back into the downwind side of the field, which is a much harder place to throw into right now.
Difficult throw. Just sailing out of bounds there.
Let's see if Lowell can get things back into the middle of the field as well.
Lowell's freshman there gets to the sideline.
Looking for, the timing seems to be a little off with the cutters. They're getting one pass well and then doesn't have someone always looking, so they're a little delayed. Trying to find their next look.
Fortunate bobble there for URI. The wind is making difficult catch conditions here. Let's see if Lowell can get some yardage. 77 open right away.
It's a good thing 77's wearing those gloves out there, catching on a
some deliberation there on possession, whether it was in or out of bounds. I didn't quite see it, Andy, but it did look like the player missed the line.
And it seems like the players agree, and it's another turn. Looked like while they got their first point of contact down, by the time they caught it, they had slid out of bounds.
For the upline,
That's
nothing there.
Good upline defense there to stop the easy reset.
Oh, great layout defense. Creating the pressure. Turnover for URI.
While they didn't get a piece of it, they did enough to distract the Rhode Island receiver to not be able to make the catch cleanly.
Sometimes that's all you need.
Sometimes it's all you need. Don't need a piece. But Lowell's still trapped on that sideline. I think if they can manage to get it off that sideline, they're going to be able to have a lot more success. Oh, and they get a great upline look, and another huck goes up. Probably our first. Oh, but an unfortunate turnover after a completed huck. A great recovery. And Rhode Island's leaving people deep everywhere. Thrower appears to be trying to call their shot and direct traffic out there.
Oh, the disc unfortunately slips through two URI hands. Lowell to pick up on the turn. See if they can convert here.
Yeah, see what Lowell's end zone offense looks like here. And that's a great, see, as they move the disc laterally across the field, it opens up space for them to try to attack to.
Defense for URI there.
Good help defense by number 0. And immediately takes off deep. And a little
some contact on the throw, but the throw is still completed to 0 here.
And now Rhode Island's in transition.
Good
catches and throws slightly behind them.
A layout D for 77, unfortunately misses by just an inch.
Rhode Island's able to
Catches the
capitalize.
score. Yeah. Great effort from Lowell there. Some tough field position off the turns.
Apologies for any audio lapses that there may have been. It's trying to get everything situated correctly here. Lowell's able to get some good movement eventually downfield, and I think they can really keep doing that. Able to get an upline look into a huck that had with good flow and good continuation timing.
Yeah, it seems Lowell is most effective when they can get that disc to the center of the field. Much more comfort there for many players, but for Lowell especially.
I can definitely feel the wind picking up a little bit, so hopefully they can keep their composures and keep putting a lot of snap on the disc to keep it in bounds and complete their throws.
Yeah, good call on the wind, Andy. It does seem that the players have calibrated somewhat on both sides.
Although maybe whoever's calling lines is Rhode Island appears to have 8 people on the line currently, which...
Hey, we have 8. We're not.
Hey, everyone, it happens, everybody. I've done it. It happens. 40 to come off for URI here. Eventually.
Sorry, Aaron.
If Rhode Island's able to get another break here, they'll be able to take half 8-3 with a pretty sizable lead. I think after a back and forth start of this half, they have really taken advantage and done a much better job capitalizing on Lowell's mistakes than Lowell has capitalizing on Rhode Island's. Now they're up line cut by 35.
Deep for 82. 82 corrals it for the score on the layout grab.
And that
great score for Lowell.
A clean hold is exactly what Lowell needs here. They've had turnovers almost every point so far, and being able to rest a little bit, especially playing a bit of a shorter roster.
Yeah, that huck coming just a bit off center there. Center field position, and Lowell capitalize on good field position, good power position, good receiver downfield.
82 involved again.
Good point.
Something about green hats, just really being empowering players to be successful out there.
Coincidentally, Andy is wearing a green hat today.
If only I had any college eligibility left, Ethan. Probably for the best that I don't.
Different time and place.
Yep. About 2 decades too late.
Number 0, Captain Tanner, with the clipboard for URI, surveying his team, the field.
He's telling us himself, as well as a few of his teammates, played with men's club team Lantern out of Boston over the summer and the fall. So I wonder if that's helping even more get reps against club level talent, be able to help as they return to college together to play even more. Rhode Island's women's team also appears to have a bye right now, so maybe that's bringing energy to their men's team in this matchup.
Yeah. Good presence from the URI women's team here, Disky Business, cheering on their URI squad.
Rhode Island looking pretty loose on offense right now. They, I think, enjoying having a few goal lead and see if they can continue playing loose and confident, take this to half. The other coin of that is that they're playing a little too loose. Lowell might be able to steal an easy break or a turnover, but a huck goes up immediately to 33. There they go.
Quick score for URI to take half. So it seems like the fast and loose style is suiting them well here.
They're certainly running and gunning. Lowell seemed to be a little lower energy right now, but definitely have players on the sideline trying to pick each other up to keep energy high and see if they can recoup for the next half. Momentum's a tough thing to maintain throughout a halftime and into a full game, so see if there's another run out there.
Yeah, it does take a certain level of mental fortitude to put aside the weather, conditions, score, keep the energy high, keep playing hard. But
yeah, even you're a coach yourself. Anything you would say to either of these teams to keep either change things or keep things up going into this next half?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think URI seems to have the formula for the vertical offensive style they've played for most of this game. They seem to value possession a bit higher in this first half than Lowell has. They're, again, difficult conditions, but I wouldn't change a whole lot for URI here. I think they're playing well. They have a good, focused, but fun energy. They're playing well. They're capitalizing in the red zone. If I'm UMass Lowell, I think they just need to, players on the field need to work to get that disc to the center. Find their opportunities from the middle of the field and see if they can gain yards that way. The sideline positioning off the start is difficult to overcome for many. And unfortunately, Lowell's found themselves there many times this first half.
Yeah, and in these less than ideal conditions, I think Rhode Island's been able to come down with more second chance opportunities and some less than ideal placement on throws, and so that also seems to be working in their favor. And if a couple of those 50-50 throws go in Lowell's favor. You want to keep going? And we're back here from Wainwright Sports Complex in South Portland, Maine for the second half of this matchup of Rhode Island versus UMass Lowell.
Yeah, thanks for letting us know we're back on, Andy. I was about to do my best opera rendition, so I'll holster that.
Ethan's been serenading us the entire halftime, but we cut him off once we're back on mic. The karaoke stream is later.
Yeah, it's a vocal exercise I've been practicing for like 4 minutes, and it's a good way to keep the vocal cords in check.
Longer than I have. After a tough first half for Lowell, they're coming out on defense now. I think this will be a pretty good litmus test to see where both teams' heads are. If Lowell can find some energy on defense, get a turn, as another huck goes up.
23 scrambled to get positioning there, but ended up forcing the turnover. Foul call.
Appears a foul is called.
It was a physical matchup there.
There have been some hesitant foul calls or not calls in this game where it seems like players have wanted to make calls or not wanted to make calls and then have after a few seconds, which could be confusing for both sidelines.
Yeah, the self-officiation component of Ultimate is difficult to kind of learn and get a feel for and make calls within, but players doing a good job here of some spirited debate. Looks like the disc will.
Appears to be an uncontested foul.
URI will retain possession.
There was definitely some contact between the two players as they were jostling for position. Seems to have come to a pretty uncontentious resolution. An immediate turn, though. So, and the old Celtics adage, maybe things wasn't a foul, and it should have been a turnover in the first place.
Yeah, I think what you're alluding to is Rasheed Wallace's ball don't lie.
I wasn't going to say it, but Ethan did. Up here in the booth, we're both very excited for NBA season to start in just a few days.
Lowell still on the sideline here. Let's see if they can. Big shot off the sideline. 82 and 57 in pursuit. 57, great grab.
It's a good job coming off the weak side and immediately. Oh, and catches it on the second effort.
Exciting score there for UMass Lowell.
And an immediate break out of half for Lowell, which is exactly what they needed. And they seem to understand that and be pretty fired up.
Yeah. Big energy lift there for Lowell. They needed that. That's going to be 8-5 Lowell on the break score.
Number 35 is doing a good job as being a safety valve, getting open up line and immediately putting out some nice hucks into space for their receivers to run onto.
The disc does seem to gravitate towards a few players on Lowell that are very capable throwers. 35 being one of those players.
And number 57, after the first half catching a fair number of goals, able to show off the throwing prowess as well.
Yeah, also showing that he's capable of sharing goals with his teammates.
What more could you want?
Great score there, UMass Lowell.
Seems like mainly the same line staying on for Lowell. See if they can get another turnover and another score for a break. Pulse seems to be going up. See if it Helix is back, stays in bounds. That's a nice pull into the middle of the end zone. Good hang time to let Lowell set their defense. This looks like it's a little bit of a junky zone set from Lowell, with not one person on the mark and really trying to make Rhode Island work the disc laterally with a lot of throws and not letting anything through the middle upfield. And they're able to earn another turn.
Fortunate turnover there for Rhode Island. 35 to pick up.
See if they're able to get into their end zone set with immediate uplines.
3 had the lane.
Oh, but unfortunate stumble.
URI off to the races here. They do like to do that off of a turnover.
Yeah, I think it's an effective tactic to defenses that are not ready to be guarding everyone. And they're able to seem to be working things well and breaking through. 99 unmarked. Oh, another second chance opportunity caught by number 17.
17 looking to center here.
Talked about that as a big thing in the first half, that Rhode Island was able to come down with a lot of those tip discs or non-perfect throws.
Finds the inside lane.
That's a nice break by numberless bucket hat. Carson, I'm told.
99 looking for score.
Oh, but a
great
little too
defensive
casual.
run, UMass Lowell. 57 going, 82 looking. There it goes.
And a familiar
throw
combination
there.
for Lowell, number 82, looking for 57. They're able to get a one-throw break for another goal. That's 2 in a row. Ray Lewis.
0 back in pursuit. That was an excellent throw from 82. Good effort to get down there, but again, that throw was intended for one person and one person only.
Saw it the whole way. And this time it's Lowell able to take advantage of a transition opportunity to score quickly, get someone open downfield.
Yeah. One of my favorite signs to see on the field, Andy, is the Revision Energy sign.
Oh yeah, why is that, Ethan?
The broadcast, hopefully you've seen it on the broadcast so far, but it's got a fun sun and some mountains. And did you know that Revision Energy was co-founded by Ultimate World Champion Fortuna Mueller?
I did not.
Revision Energy loves supporting Ultimate Frisbee because it's a friendly, inclusive sport. And we think good vibes matter in today's crazy world, and that's why Revision Energy is a 100% employee-owned solar company and certified B Corp. Revision Energy's mission is to make life better by building our just and equitable electric future. So please be in touch to learn how Revision can help you save money, reduce your carbon footprint with solar energy, battery storage, heat pumps, and electric vehicle charging stations. Fortunate Mueller, also a USA Ultimate Hall of Famer.
And Callahan winner.
And Callahan winner. Impressive Ultimate resume.
Well, Brown
Impressive.
University in 2000, I believe, winning a national championship, or just the Callahan, I forget. Slightly before my time.
Might have been around the same time as Zip's Tips. Dating ourselves here with some Ultimate history.
Couldn't recommend Zip's Tips more for some lasting, long-lived Ultimate tips from one of the best in the game. Shout out Josh Zipperstein.
Rhode Island quickly centering here. Capitalizing on some good field position off the pole.
It looks like Lowell seems to have opened up the lines again after maybe having a more returner, veteran-heavy line for the first couple points that earned them those breaks.
Number 7 takes the up line here.
Yeah, 22 was doing a good job trying to position themselves to not get beat up line, but it was a good swim move. And Rhode Island's able to march it up the open side the whole way in order to get a nice, clean score.
Quick score for
just what they need to stop the bleeding after those last 2 breaks.
9-6 URI. Offense looking chilly as a chalice of Dell's frozen lemonade.
It's a Rhode Island delicacy for those who might not be in the know. Excellent, Ethan. Yeah, Rhode Island back on defense now. See if they can right the ship even more and get one of those breaks back, even though they still do hold a 9-6 lead.
Yeah, Lowell does seem to be playing some impact players on both sides, offense and defense. Those players seeming to have some good endurance, able to withstand those back-to-back points.
College kids tend to.
Some fun UMass Lowell history for the program. Last year was their first time earning a spot in the college regional championships, and they broke seed last year. So congrats to Lowell. See if they can keep capitalizing on good performances at big tournaments.
Yeah, they mentioned they took second at this tournament last year, so we'll see if they can continue to pull out this game and hopefully make another run at the championship this year.
Won the Spirit Award as well.
The double.
That's right.
Maybe held in higher regard than the actual tournament championship.
Does get you a discount on your bid fee, which is pretty great. Spirit is important.
And I will say it's been an pretty spirited game. There have definitely been some calls that seem to have been resolved quickly and uncontentiously.
Yeah, both teams seem to have a good mutual respect for one another.
Good pressure on the resets by Carson. Newly named Carson earns Rhode Island a turn, and they're on the move again, looking for another break.
Good throw there from number 4. Score to 0. URI scores.
Powerful slide.
Zero's had a couple tough points, so it's good to see him get in the end zone, score a point, celebrate with his teammates. Had an unfortunate beat on defense a couple points ago, and the unfortunate turn after the call earlier. Good recovery, URI score.
Definitely something to build on for the rest of the tournament. One play can really shift your mindset. I believe we have about 10 more minutes until cap here, so Lowell kind of coming up against it as far as time is concerned to get some more points on the board. See if they can bring this to get a lead or even bring it to universe point for an exciting finish here.
Yeah, I think we had a little bit of a late start, so we'll see when the teams ultimately decide to apply hard cap. URI is setting their line, leaving the field. UMass Lowell ready to receive the pull here. Yeah, I think unfortunately Lowell is battling the clock. They do want to be mindful of that, see if they can get the pull up quickly.
But their quick strike offense, they've scored a lot of throws off hucks, so that's built for scoring quickly and could be helpful down the stretch, especially trying to catch up here. But Rhode Island definitely milking every part of the clock here, to probably not intentionally, as they're clearing out their cleats in this wet turf, trying to keep their footing.
You know, Andy, the field of cleat grass rakes is ripe for invention, for innovation. I'm surprised that someone hasn't come up with a more efficient solution than the fingers. Pull up here for URI.
Normally my move is to just find a good stick, but trees are at a premium here, so.
UMass UMass Lowell's freshman here looking for the reset.
Oh, Rhode Island's zone. Able to put a tall player on the mark there to do exactly what happened and get a block against a smaller handler, make throws hard. Oh, and a floaty break throw, but the poach is just a little late recognizing that, and Rhode Island's able to come down again. Another unfortunate first throw turnover. It's been a good job by Rhode Island continuing to capitalize on short fields for breaks.
Definitely. Lowell just a little slow on that point, acknowledging the zone look, setting themselves up for the easier resets. And
that's a good change of pace by Rhode Island, both to, if some throws were completed, a zone's a good way to make Lowell try and throw a bunch of passes, maybe taking some more time off, and again with the wind, seeing if something might pop or make them try and throw something that's a little harder, and that's exactly what they get with a hammer going up, and they're able to get a piece of it for a block. And then in turn, a good throw into space that sat up nicely for the receiver to make a play without too much trouble. See if they stick with it or if they go back to person defense.
UMass Lowell playing in the Lobster Pot this weekend. They have a tournament next weekend.
Back-to-back fall tournaments.
Back-to-back fall tournaments. That tournament's in Lowell, so home tournament for UMass Lowell. They're still looking for attendees. So if you are a college team watching this broadcast and really eager to fulfill or fill out your fall tournament schedule, Lowell has vacancies and they would like to have you.
We definitely miss you here at the Lobster Pot, or if you're here and watching on the sideline, love to see you next weekend in Lowell as well.
You are shorter pull here, a little bit difficult throwing into the winds. Lowell pick up.
Yep, good first cut into the middle of the field. Able to get a reset.
Grab there by Lowell, retain possession.
Yep. As you said earlier, number 40 continuing to gain yards. Sawyer, I think I just heard. Correct. Pardon me if I'm wrong. Wow, and a great catch under pressure.
23 survives the tackle. Comes up with the grab for the UMass Lowell score.
It's a little late for back to school season, but seems to have gotten himself a new backpack.
Yes, yes. Both players okay there, no one injured. We love to see that.
Doesn't appear to have been malicious, just two players going for the space at the same time. And through the bobble and the contact, 23 is able to make a great play.
Fields are wet. Players are fast. It happens. URI with a quick deliberation here in the center of the field, trying to figure out how they'll respond on this next point as we approach the hard cap.
Captain Tanner seems to be really marshaling the troops to keep their heads focused and ready for the next point.
Captain Tanner is doing a great job. The coach-player role is a difficult one. Lots to manage.
Early season tournament, you see most programs these days will have coaches with them, but in the fall, maybe other life obligations would keep coaches away. We're in the midst of both leaf peeping and wedding season, so who knows?
Yeah, there's also a myth that, you know, coaches melt in the rain, so it could be that too.
And one I'm hoping not to find out if announcers do as well.
Yeah, get all my rain gear on. I am Gore-Tex head to toe.
Oh, see if this pole sitting, but appears to be drifting out of bounds.
Great grab by the UMass player, Lowell. UMass Lowell player on the sideline, rather. URI moves to center the bricked pole.
Rhode Island seems, after playing the first few points out of a vertical stack, they seem to have switched to a horizontal as well. But
quick defense there from 82.
Been all over the place, really. Probably the most impactful player for Lowell so far, along with 57. Wants to be rewarded after a block, getting a big under.
His movement is difficult for URI to contain.
But
Very
unfortunately,
fluid in both downfield and upfield.
oh, but a great little bit of a wayward swing throw means Rhode Island's able to get back on offense. Oh, 82 going for another little poach block here.
Upline throw here.
Good upline cut by number 7, Gibbons. Right back on the open side. Good upline defense by Lowell, leads to a floaty throw in the middle. Oh, but a tip.
There to collect. URI retains possession. URI player quick to announce that's just how they drew it up.
Looks like Rhode Island may be tiring a little bit. A bunch of players stuck behind the disc. Not a lot of movement upfield, but a nice bid on an upline throw.
Just outside of the outreached hand on the layout throw. Great
Good,
effort.
good pressure by number 9 after an unfortunate tip disc led to a completion, able to continue pressure, and Lowell calling timeout to recollect themselves with an opportunity for a break here, if I believe. Let's see if Lowell is able to come up with some kind of play to score cleanly out here, or if they're just going to continue running their horizontal stack and keep things in flow.
You know, I'm eager to see how they disperse from this huddle. But if I'm Lowell, the formula seems to be the long ball.
I would say both teams. I think Rhode Island's been able to work it a little more, but they too have been looking for hucks more often than not. Both teams seem to be meeting in the middle here for stare down. Can off.
Hopefully the camera's catching this. This looks like a riveting timeout dance off here.
Yeah, we appear to have some Rockettes fans out here.
Lowell, a bit out of sync here. This a little more work to be done on the timeout dance routine.
What they lack in cohesion, they make up for in enthusiasm, Ethan.
That's right, that's right.
Shout out, timeout antics are a time-honored tradition in Ultimate. If you're not one of the 7 on the field trying to strategize, you're probably coming up with something silly to do in the middle to distract the other team from finding out what you're about to do.
82 of UMass Lowell to pick up here. To no one's surprise, he's seen the disc a lot today.
Rhode Island defense gets to wait coming out of a timeout for the offense to set. So Rhode Island's now setting themselves up. Looks like Lowell's still in their horizontal offense with Rhode Island in a person defense. Some help over the top. Their downfield defenders look to be positioned to take away deep hucks. And that causes a turnover on an undercut.
Yeah, just off the hands of 57. Quick centering pass for URI. 7 looking for an option here. Finds it in the middle of the field.
Shimmy fake, lets 7 get that around flick up. Good upline defense by 82 there with the disc in the middle of the field.
URI seems to be pretty spaced out on offense. Let's see if they can make use of that.
Yeah, a lot of teams would transition here into more of an end zone vertical set, but looks like Rhode Island stayed in their horizontal and it didn't work out there.
UMass Lowell in the defense. Looks like number 9. Oh, read that beautifully, got a hand on it, knocked to the ground.
Oh,
But
good poach, whether intentional or not, by number 17 to take away the space in front of the disc.
28 shoots immediately.
Yeah, and a little frustration being set in by Rhode Island's offense.
Eager to end the game. We have approached hard cap.
Good catch by 22, gained some yards. Oh, and a swing back into the middle of the field. Oh, unfortunate low throw, not able to be dug up by Lowell. Oh, and another timeout.
Luke of Rhode Island.
Authoritative.
Authoritative timeout call. URI on the timeout. That's that the first timeouts we've seen from each team coming right here at the end.
Saving them
Yeah.
for Rhode Island looking to hold here.
Unfortunately, not something you can bank half to half, but you know, mentally they might think we only use one of our however many timeouts we get on the weekends. Several.
Good to be used as both a physical reset and a mental reset.
Going on behind us, Andy, looks like there's the hat tournament organized by a beloved teammate of ours, Bond.
Gives the opportunity for some local community members to come out and get some reps against each other in a 4-on-4 fun hat tournament setting and take advantage of everything the Lobster Pot has to offer without being college eligible. I'm sure they're happy to see that they aren't playing in the rain as well.
Seem to be enjoying it.
Looks like some fun reversibles provided by the tournament for all participants too. Yet another amenity that the Lobster Pot team was able to provide.
Yeah, the rumor is that Rich Young's middle name is Hospitality.
I've yet to see it disproved.
URI playing some blade catch over here as the teams slowly navigate back to their 7-on-7
Now it looks like
setup.
Rhode Island appears to be setting up in more of an isolation. More of an isolation set with handler back. Looks like number 17 is going to have some opportunity to have the full end zone to run around, and the rest of the attackers more in the back of the end zone to give them some space.
Yeah, probably a good shot of the sponsor signs there out back. I spot Inside Eye Care.
Breakmark Ultimate Apparel.
Breakmark.
A long time provider of gear for Maine Ultimate events.
As the disc gets checked in here, URI looking quick to score.
It's a great cut by 17, able to push the defender all the way over and then make another cut to give the throw a little more space.
Quick score there from URI. I believe that will be the conclusion of our game, but we're waiting to see some signaling here from Coach TJ of UMass Lowell.
Yep, 2 clipboards meeting in the middle to discuss things.
Captain Tanner keeping his distance here. Okay, I think they're calling it.
And
Line
the
it up is
game does
called.
appear to be over.
That is the game. URI winning 12-7. I believe it's 12.
Yeah, 12, I believe. I don't think they switched it, but a great performance by Rhode Island after back and forth to start the game.
Yeah. UMass Lowell, good effort as well. It seems that URI was able to navigate the conditions a little sooner than UMass Lowell was.
Yeah, it was a tough lead to surmount by Lowell, and they gave a good effort right at the beginning, but weren't able to keep momentum there. Both a great job by Rhode Island to shut that down. But yeah, great spirited matchup between 2 teams who've probably played a fair amount. And thank you for joining us. Again, I'm Andy Schachter.
Ethan Taylor Pierce will be back soon. Stay tuned.
Join us for our next stream at 12:15.
All right, we are back. I'm Ethan.
I'm
Joining me is, go ahead.
Andy.
We are here to bring you another men's division matchup, Binghamton versus Dartmouth. Binghamton Big Bear versus Dartmouth Pain Train. We have Dartmouth in the lights, we have Binghamton in the darks, and we're about to start it off with a pull here.
Looks like Dartmouth pulling from left to right here. Upper tier men's division. I think those are the names. Matchup here. Dartmouth, mainstay in the New England Ultimate Community, Binghamton. While in New York and in the Metro East region, been to Lobster Pot the last few years and looking to capitalize on some recent success. Dartmouth coming out in zone. Binghamton seems to suss it out and doing a pretty good job moving the disc laterally, but no downfield action yet.
Crisp lateral movement. Binghamton doing a good job of keeping that zone active.
Yeah, able to get a throw around the wing and a blade back over the top. Breaking through and see if the jailbreak's on. Dartmouth falls out into person, but quick work by Binghamton.
For Binghamton.
That was smooth offense, and I think
offense.
Binghamton's fired up about that as well.
Definitely. We do apologize. Both teams, while it's still an early season tournament, don't have consistent numbers on the jersey, so we're going to do our best to give you a broadcast with names, the names that we have written down anyway, provided to us by each team, but still difficult process. Dartmouth Pain Train, coached by alumni this weekend.
Fortunately, their regular coach is unavailable,
Yes.
but seems like they still have someone out there with the clipboard.
Yeah, Dartmouth reached out to us to give us some information about their program. Formed in 1974 by two freshmen. One of them was a current player's uncle, which is fun. Good to give back to the program. Binghamton had a chance to speak with them briefly before the start of the game. They're a fun group. They got to the Lobster Pot post-COVID, lost to Brown in the finals. Unfortunately, just lost their first game today against UVM. So see if they can rebound here and get a win over Dartmouth.
Pretty rowdy sidelines from both teams so far, trying to match each other in energy, which can only bode well. James Pardo to pull.
Out of bounds on the pole.
As mentioned on previous broadcasts, we've noticed the wind kind of blowing towards the camera here, towards the sideline. Seen a lot of pulls going from left to right, flying out of bounds as they turn over. So I think it'll be important to see if a team is able to keep pulls inbounds so they can set their defense and make things a little harder.
Dartmouth starting on the vertical sack here. This is in play.
New England staple, good bracketing by Binghamton, shuts down the first cut, but able to turn it into the front of the stack to get it back in the middle. A bit of a gratuitous bid as the disc is pushed away from on a errant swing pass, and first break chance goes to Binghamton.
Quickly sending, unfortunately turnover.
It's a good look to try and get it back into the middle of the field early, but unfortunately it throws a little offline there. Staying in that vert stack. Dartmouth a little easier. Cut continuation there, but pick call seems to be bringing back the goal.
That's Evan Phillips with the disc. Dartmouth outlined him as one of their players to watch.
He's made the first cut both times, both possessions so far. Seems to be proving true. Oh, and the same throw as before.
The first goal.
No pick call this time, Ethan, so brings it to 1-1, and Dartmouth fired up, and Binghamton trying to keep the energy high also.
You wouldn't be able to tell. It looks like both squads have close to the same number of players, but Dartmouth is considerably louder.
At least so far. Maybe slightly less travel. Let them rest those pipes.
Yeah.
Maybe they've been doing some of your operatic style, listening to some of your operatic stylings.
Yeah,
Ethan.
it's good vocal practice, good exercise. Some more Dartmouth facts for you. How did Dartmouth get its team name? Dartmouth is the pain train. The information we sourced from the team, they had said that in the 80s or 90s, the Dartmouth Ultimate players took a turn to become more serious athletes. And so they started going to the weight room outside of practice. They would work out really hard until it hurt, or so they claimed. And thus, pain train was formed.
Binghamton's Big Bear team name looks like leads to a bunch of Grizzlies inspired team gear, at least given by the coach on the sideline with the megaphone.
Binghamton has some impact players outlined by their squad on the line right now. 14, nicknamed Starboy. Looks like he's going to field the pull here.
Short, but inbounds. Dartmouth is able to set their defense before the disc is checked in. Pardo,
centers.
Nothing downfield, but able to get a reset. And a good give and go by 33.
Get the reset here.
Patience.
Hammer throw.
Oh, late stall. Leads to a hammer call, but
Starboy in the end zone.
There appears to be a stall called by 18 on Dartmouth.
It was quite a long possession there for 33.
It looks to be contested, however, so disc will be going back to the thrower. Stall coming in on 8. See if they can get things off quickly. Oh, but just a blade looking to the same receiver.
Starboy again.
Caught off a tip. Way to stay with it. Good thing they're wearing their ultimate playing gloves.
Excellent awareness there. Look off the open side, hit the break side.
Oh, and that's
Binghamton score.
Both teams seem to be just as energetic after they score, if not more.
Yeah. Dartmouth emphatically telling their team no.
Yeah. So, some reverse psychology going on.
Yeah. Men's team, Ring of Fire in 2014, famously booing themselves on the field.
Their reputation, really capitalizing on their own reputation as the villains of the men's club ultimate division, and I think other teams have really tried to emulate that. Well, despite some good defense from both teams, there yet to be a break. Binghamton bailing it out with some creative throwing on that possession, and Dartmouth also able to, with the only turn of the game so far, able to get it back and punch one in. So we'll see if anyone's able to ratchet up the defensive pressure, get a break opportunity going kind of upwind.
Yeah, it's certainly noticeable. You know, we called the middle division last rounds. Just the speed at which the teams play as you cross divisions. The Dartmouth and Binghamton programs starting off much faster, a lot more fluid with the disc so far. We'll see if they can continue that. Pull is up. Dartmouth to receive. Quickly centers.
Running a vert stack with more of a empty backfield leads to a huck opportunity. Oh, but it turns over just a bit too far for the intended receiver. See if Binghamton can capitalize on this break opportunity.
Yeah, they tried a deep shot there. Another one of their impact players, Ben Kleinman, just a little too far out of reach.
Had steps open and just thrower tried to bend it in behind the defense, but
the wind is making the hucks difficult.
Oh, an interesting cut from a vertical stack from the front of the stack. You don't see a lot of teams. Typically, you'll see teams cutting from further downfield to give themselves a better angle, but Binghamton in this case,
foul call here.
Initiating.
Resolved. Seemed to be on the mark.
First throw under leads to a huck. But Kleiman able to
get a hand on it there.
Yep. You hear some he's a freshman calls coming from the Dartmouth sideline. Whether or not that's true remains to be seen, but it's a good play nonetheless. Both teams seem to be doing a pretty good job getting a second cut after their first cut either succeeds or fails to keep continuation going, flow down the field.
Vertical stack setup is pretty deep there. Still finds Evan Phillips on the initiation. Fortunate turn.
Now a bit of an errant throw. Sideline quickly appearing.
17, Chris Wells picking up. Looking to center. Can't find somebody. There it is, 20.
Able to get the disc back to the middle of the field around a tight mark from number 26 on Dartmouth.
Great defense.
Great layout block by number 7.
Some dog calls from the sideline.
It's a great throw into the wind to get the disc off the sideline and see if they can continue that.
Great grab by 26 as well.
And there's one throw, disc back in the middle of the field as the wind picks up a fair amount from what we've seen so far, making things tough for the offense. But they're able to maintain possession and still throwing flat throws, a lot of snap on them to keep it moving. Oh, an ambitious inside-out backhand, just pushed a little bit too far for the receiver.
Difficult throw.
You could see what they were trying to do there, though, to keep things on the high side of the field where it's a little easier to operate.
Chris Wells to put it in play for Binghamton.
Yep. Good first cut from number 56 to nothing but the throw just a little too far. Pops up and Dartmouth has another opportunity right on the end zone line. And snuck in from number 7 in a big spike.
7 is rewarded for his earlier defense on the point.
Yeah, able to use a good field position from the front of their own end zone, which is normally a pretty high pressure area for teams to score from. It didn't come easy, but another hold for Dartmouth, and things stay on serve here, 2-2.
Both teams seem pretty evenly matched so far. And speaking with Binghamton before the start of this game, we had asked them what they aspire to do this season, and they were pretty clear. They want to make it to nationals, and they want to upset some people, and they want to have a good season. So,
yeah, the much maligned Metro East region in college ultimate, always competitive within the while maybe not as competitive outside the region. Always very competitive when it comes to in the region, and a bunch of teams trying to battle it out for the bids for nationals often.
Historically, Metro East has had slim pickings when it comes to nationals bids.
Since the redraw, at least.
Yeah.
But if Binghamton keep playing the way they are, without knowing the relative strength of the region, it looks like they certainly have the talent to make a move.
Have some other Metro East teams here this weekend as well with the Lobster Pot. Rutgers, both their men's and their women's program. And that's about the extent of my knowledge of Metro East teams here at Lobster Pot.
There's a lot of teams here. Who knows? The whole region might be here. 86 college teams between the men's and women's divisions, and mixed divisions, I'm sorry.
Pulls up.
Coming together here in South Portland for a so far wet but not rainy, although that may change in a few hours. Oh, good pressure on the handlers. Lead to Binghamton's first turn, and see how Dartmouth's D-line offense looks with their first break chance.
Two showing some good quickness out of the phone booth there to get open and handle a reset space.
Well, it seems to be maybe a self-stoppage by the thrower after the mark falls down.
Good self-awareness.
You definitely see some slipping.
The upwind hammer throw, the Andy Schachter special, if you will.
Leads to a great layout block from James Pardo. Oh, and a good upline cut, but...
Ooh, difficult centering pass. What a grab by Binghamton.
Pardo seems to be laying out all over the place, but conservation here leads to push swing turnover, and Dartmouth has another chance at the break.
So after an impressive layout save to retain possession.
A layout block and then a layout save.
Yeah, unfortunate turnover on the sideline here. Dartmouth to pick up. Sees the inside lane for the reset.
Good inside lefty backhand there to get the disc off the line. Now able to catch, throw a bit behind the receiver, but able to make a good adjustment to make the catch.
The wind is picking up a little bit from what we saw last round.
And Dartmouth definitely seems to see if they can clean up their stack a little bit. All the players seem to be kind of all trying to get the disc at the same time, which is leading to at least this pick call and potentially others if they don't figure out their spacing. But some good spirit being shown as one of the players on Dartmouth is tying their shoe. Check back in though.
Two looking
good flat inside break. Oh!
And Dartmouth
and another
fired up after that score.
Dartmouth is fired up, and that's our first break of the game. 3-2 Dartmouth. Dartmouth is definitely completing some throws into some tight spaces, but it seemed to work out for them in that case.
Yeah, we're seeing some good good movement from the Dartmouth squad, despite the larger frequency of youth we're seeing this weekend. They did let us know that because of the Dartmouth D plan, only 6 of the returners are off campus. So 5 out of the 20 players for them today are juniors or seniors. So they are going to try some new stuff, and so far, so good.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of teams on this early season tournament trying to find the best groupings of players to keep using and build on that as they come into their spring season, which won't start until January or so. Binghamton seems to be returning mostly a similar line on the field. See if they can get a hold this time. And
yeah, number 80 with the backwards hat. Well, I guess it's 2 backwards hat. Actually, every backwards hat player for Binghamton right now is listed as an impact player. 14 as well.
See if there's a correlation there.
Yeah.
Dartmouth, number 24, looking a big run up here for the pull.
Great pull from Dartmouth.
Just right to the front of the end zone.
Center. Looking for their first cut from the downfield cutter here.
Looks like Dartmouth coming out in a zone look, try and change up the tempo of Binghamton's O.
Seems to be stifling there.
Good patience by Binghamton, though, to keep things moving laterally and see if it'll open up this throw downfield. And the zone forces a high swing throw. Gives another opportunity for Dartmouth.
Yeah, this low side of the field is a difficult place for teams to complete passes in. We've seen it last game and this game. The wind really wants to carry that disc out of bounds.
Yeah. But Dartmouth, good coverage. It's the right look, just a very tough throw to make, straight up wind, going that direction. Looks like Dartmouth is melting into a person defense from their zone, and a huck immediately goes up.
Just off the fingertips.
Trailing edge bid. See, I don't know if the receiver would have been done a better job maybe going with their other hand for a little better angle to make that catch, but didn't work out.
Can be difficult in the moment.
Would have been a highlight reel catch if they were able to make it.
Dartmouth put the disc in play.
Good defense downfield by number 8. Fell.
Overthrow on the centering pass. Binghamton picks up on the end zone. Fires into the end zone, but a turnover. Excellent layout to make it through those signs. Great
good athletic
control.
Awareness to not take out the signs of one of our fine sponsors here at the Lobster Pot.
Dartmouth again will put the disc in play. A little bit better field position this time in the center of the field.
But still good downfield defense. Looks like Binghamton's really playing just take away those undercuts by Dartmouth and try and force something deep. And that's stymieing Dartmouth's movement so far.
Quickly, Binghamton shoots to the end zone for 14. Drew, Starboy, and Binghamton score.
Yeah, and third or fourth time they're able to persevere through a few turns and finally get some good close field position to punch it in.
A couple of back and forth turns. Binghamton picks up the score. Dartmouth seems like the energy has been stuck at the station. See if they can pick up some of that.
Yeah, add a little more coal to their engine to get things moving a little bit.
Yeah.
But their offense is back out there. That was a defensive possession right after a break. So they're still find themselves, while the score is tied, they've flipped possession, and Dartmouth is up a break, even though it is tied right now.
See if they can restore rail transit here. See if we can identify some impact players here. It looks like Evan is back out there in the tan hat.
Looks like
Ben.
Dartmouth has quite a bit of height.
Yeah,
on their
quite a bit of
O-line.
height. Yeah. It seems that most teams correlate height with impact. Definitely in the wind, that makes a big difference.
And we've heard multiple teams describe their impact players as tall players.
Yeah.
So
But
I guess
see if
that's a
we
good strength.
can run through
Not
here.
one that I possess.
Indeed.
Have to appreciate Binghamton's stable of call and response cheers to keep their sideline energetic and focused on the game.
Very fun. Dartmouth centers to the middle of the field.
Yep. Looks like Binghamton's coming out here with a zone of their own. But making Dartmouth getting some movement, although things seem to have stagnated here. Nice little scoober back to the middle of the field.
Binghamton's zone seems to be condensed in the center of the field there, making it really difficult to make positive gains in that space.
Yeah, the 1-3-3 zone has one player on the mark with a wall of three in front of the disc to hopefully stop everything that goes upfield in the middle. But Dartmouth is doing a good job finding holes in the wall, maybe a little unpracticed at this point in the season for Binghamton, but they're staying in it and see if they can force a turn here.
Dartmouth has a player downfield in a fun spot for an interesting throw choice should they choose to make it.
So far, they're choosing to just stick with
Good
easy,
fundamental zone
strong
offense here.
fundamentals, which is not typical for college teams.
I hear a don't mess it up here call from the sideline, unfortunately.
Unfortunate slip. That's unlucky from Dartmouth here. See if they can get it back.
Great catch on
the
the outstretched number 8. Looking for his handler on the up line, gets it.
Gains a few extra yards, but
Takes a few extra steps, rewinds
travel
a little
called,
bit.
throw doesn't stop.
Just back in play.
Binghamton's really looking to use these upline handler cuts to gain space.
They carried it the whole way for the score. As Dartmouth
They get the break back.
emphatically responds with a no. Good score from Binghamton there.
Yeah, give up a little bit of position from the handler space, and Binghamton's handler duo was able to take advantage there to gain, 40, 50 yards in 2 or 3 upline cuts?
Yeah.
Even with the travel that got called back. It's slippery out there, though. Hard to slow down.
Similar to our prior game, teams really like to funnel through a set grouping of players, and it seemed on that point the backwards hat duo.
One player didn't have a hat.
Oh, so just one member of the backwards hat duo
A game breaker.
leading the charge there. And again, we apologize for not having names and numbers, but we are early season, doing our best. Chris Wells was involved there. He has a name and a number. Thank you, Chris.
But no hat.
No hat. Might be the missing component to his wardrobe.
It's possible. See if he comes out with one eventually. We had Binghamton a good change of pace with that zone after giving up a few clean holds in a person defense. We'll see if they stick with that zone. Typically, you'll see the teams transition out of it as they get down the field, but they stayed in it all the way to Dartmouth was only 20 or so yards out of the end zone and were able to force a turn. Although Dartmouth, I wouldn't be that upset with that possession. They were moving it well, and then just an unfortunate slip.
Pull goes up here. Dartmouth
Doesn't seem to be in a rush. Oh, looks like person.
Puck off to Evan. Easy reception for him.
It was a good move to the break side to set up space for that throw to go up, make it easier on the thrower, number 21. And they're able to continue it back down for a goal.
Yeah. Good rebound score for Dartmouth there. And they're emphatically cheering yes now. The tides have turned.
I seem to be understanding the pattern of their cheers here.
Yeah. Yeah, seems to be a sequence here.
And I think that was much better. I mean, anytime you can get an easy huck off in wind, that really, after a break too, relieves some pressure on your offense to have to work things. And I think we were talking about earlier that Binghamton was trying to really take away the unders from Dartmouth, so the fact that they took advantage of the deep space that they were given was a very good job.
Yeah, we haven't seen a whole lot of deep shots yet so far in this game. That good clean look there.
Yeah, we saw one that went a little blady past the receiver, but that might have only been the second one.
Doing some research on State University of New York at Binghamton's institution. Looks like their motto is from breadth through depth to perspective.
Is that the actual schools or Big Bear is the ultimate team?
That's the actual school. That is the school in which Big Bear studies.
Can't say I've ever been to Binghamton, Ethan.
Neither have I. Excellent university motto, though.
The pull goes up. Pretty good upwind pull. Inbound while it's still in the middle of the field.
Pretty average field position, what we've seen so far with this upwind pull.
And Dartmouth is able to set their defense. And the wind picks up again. It seems to be getting a little gustier. An unfortunate drop.
Yeah, number 14. Dartmouth handler back surveying his field. No pre-stall. Puts a disc in play.
Nifty little offhand backhand for a reset.
Number 2, excellent quickness.
Let's see if they're going to throw something upfield, but not. Deep cut was a little late in coming, so a good holster by the handler. Oh, push pass.
Push pass indeed. Just
gets off, but maybe a little unexpected.
Just out of the hands of number 2.
72.
Quickly to Starboy. Too far.
I think it was the right decision, but it came out a little bladier and died before the receiver could get there.
Dartmouth again to put the disc in play.
Yeah, they're coming out in a vertical stack, but it looks a little deep here, which makes moving upwind a little harder, especially if they want to try and generate any deep looks. Oh,
field conditions make it difficult to recover for those.
And you can see just how
reset
much the
rules.
wind's affecting these touch dump throws. The spacing is a little harder by the good defense from Binghamton.
Binghamton finding the inside lane there for the score. Kick spike out of bounds. Should be Binghamton 5, Dartmouth 4.
Yeah, back on serve. And offenses maybe settle down a little bit. I think they're doing a good job fighting through turns here. As typical in a windy game.
Got some Binghamton parents here on the sideline.
Good sideline presence for both teams. You can see Dartmouth bringing some extra tents for their players, kind of congregate, and good parent family presence here.
One Dartmouth 10 in desperate need of repair, but still seems to serve its purpose.
This game, this stream, and the Lobster Pot are brought to you by Discraft, home of the Ultrastar, the official disc of USA Ultimate. It's your place for all your ultimate and disc golf needs. Disc golf, game that a lot of us washed ultimate players have turned to. Visit discraft.com. We make flying discs fun.
Yeah, Discraft is a good soft landing for ultimate frisbee retirement.
Disc golf, not Discraft.
Disc golf. Discraft. Discraft makes discs to help you into retirement as well. Big pull here from Binghamton.
Throwing a little roller to gain some extra distance and maybe try and trap Dartmouth on the sideline. Another pretty deep vertical stack leads to a huck, but
just off the fingertips.
Right in the receiver's hands, but an unfortunate drop.
Binghamton back to pick up.
Oh, deep look. Good
Great
swing back in the
pass here.
Offhand backhand, tails away a little bit, but a nice read. Binghamton doing a good job running a reset system here to keep the disc in the middle of the field. And I think the spacing's a little better than what we saw comparatively from Dartmouth's defensive offense last point, where handlers were a little too close to each other. And a bit of a floaty huck, but number 14 able to come down with it in space and puts another one out.
Binghamton score.
Go up a break with some questionable celebration dance moves, but it's their break. Get to do whatever they want with it.
Yeah, good score there from Binghamton.
And I think Dartmouth is calling a timeout here to settle things a bit.
Brings our score to 6-4 Binghamton over Dartmouth. See if the pain train can recover.
Yeah, definitely a little quieter on the sideline compared to what we saw at the beginning of the game from the Dartmouth group. So see if they can pick it back up and recenter themselves.
Binghamton has been fairly relentless on defense. They're doing a great job of capitalizing on break opportunities.
Ethan, do you know if Dartmouth has been playing Division III or Division I Ultimate recently? I know traditionally they were Division I, but have played Division III the past few years, and I actually don't know the answer if they're planning to play D1 or D3 this year?
Yeah, that's a great question. I believe they're a D1 program this year. I'm unsure of other years.
Have to confirm that later.
Yes.
But I know they're one of the schools that qualifies for D3 size in the division, but then choose to play up to Division 1.
I do know their women's program, very well decorated, has won the D1 national championships for college ultimate.
But I think even they also switched to Division 3 last year.
It's a good question.
All right, Dartmouth. Offense back out there. I don't know if they're stacking a line or if they're going to do anything a little different.
So it seems Dartmouth's website claims they're back in D1 competing year after year for a run at nationals. So
there we go.
Looks like we have our answer there.
Oh, and they're waiting. We have Binghamton back on the line here. From the way they're talking, it looks like they might be coming back out in their zone look, which has definitely given Dartmouth some issues the first two times they ran it.
Perhaps they'll solve it on this point.
Ooh, flick pull.
Big flick pull, wow.
Rides the wind the whole way.
Excellent pull. That's one to set zone on. Let's see if they get down there.
And they do. Binghamton indeed coming out with their zone again.
Let's see if Dartmouth can respond. Find in the middle of the field there.
Yeah, good job getting to the second layer, but not able to get another continuation cut. Looking to reset it immediately again. And another throw back through the middle.
They seem to immediately find their target and shoot right away. Not a whole lot of hesitation.
And then things stagnate again. And they're down on the trap sideline now. See if they can get off in a blade over the top, but good work by the deep.
Star boy again.
Star indeed. Smart by Binghamton there to get the disc back into the middle before they're able to get a mark off. And a huck goes up, but seems to be tailing.
Just off the hands, Binghamton. Starboy again.
Starboy giveth, Starboy taketh away.
That's correct.
Oh, and a bit of a no-look flick there through the middle. Don't know if it was necessary, but it worked. On another throw over the top, but
Tall target.
stealing all the glory here. And Binghamton gets another chance at another break. See if another deep look goes up. Oh, but it's short. What a great adjustment. Oh, and a slip. Leads to another huck attempt.
Got some serious hang time on there.
Starboy able to, again, completes the bookends.
And the kick spike.
And, Binghamton opened up a 7-4 lead. They finally seem to dial in the hucks after a couple of low ones that didn't go where they wanted it to. Definitely looks like Binghamton has a bit of a plan when it comes to throwing deep there. Looking for the same target pretty frequently.
Despite Dartmouth having a few tall players of their own, unfortunately they're struggling to find the right matchup for 14.
Well, that zone is serves two purposes, right? So because they're able to take away the advantages any of Dartmouth's impact players might have in more of a person matchup, and then if they're able to get a turn, they're in transition, so it makes it harder for Dartmouth to find matchups of their own to take away Binghamton's weapons in turn.
Yeah, great observation. Let's see if Dartmouth can take one back here or if Binghamton will break to take half. The wind has picked up in this round.
Yeah, maybe the
Seems-
temperature's dropping a little bit too. I don't know if it's just the wind.
Seems
We
like
are up
rain
in the
is imminent.
scaffolding a little bit, feeling the jet stream up here, if you will.
Yeah. We are in the main ultimate press box.
This
No
is New
roof.
England though, we're prepared.
No roof, no walls, no worries.
Unless it starts raining, in which case, we're worried about the microphones.
That's right. We will come down in mid-10.
Another pull. Makes it to about the spot we found about the brick mark, but inbounds, and so lets Binghamton set their defense. And they're coming out person here.
Dartmouth switched up their handler personnel a little bit. We've seen a lot of see if we can get
Good
back
find.
to center.
See if they're able to get the disc back to the middle. Oh, finds another upline cut of their own. It's a great throw out into space, into the wind. Leads to a break throw and a great hold.
Looks like the personnel change for Dartmouth worked out. I believe that's their D-line grouping.
Yeah, I think there were a few players who had been on the last few points, but not definitely a pretty large change compared to who they'd been running the last few. And I think it goes back to what they had the first few points where they scored easily, where they got the disc to that high side, and that made a flat throw much easier instead of having to squeeze things where the wind's trying to push it out of bounds.
Definitely.
And both teams have been looking for that, but then throws have definitely sailed when trying to throw straight up wind.
You know what I find to be a key piece of gear at an ultimate tournament?
What's that, Ethan?
A good bag. Good bag to keep your equipment in, your jerseys, your water, your whatever you bring to an ultimate tournament. And we just want to say, get ready to elevate your game with the greatest ultimate bag. The ultimate bag for ultimate players. With its ultimate organization system, durable design, and sleek style, you'll have everything you need to dominate on the field. Don't settle for anything less than the best. Get your greatest ultimate bag today.
One of the great sponsors here we have the Lobster Pot. Sees Rich Young and crew bring together 86 teams all across the Wainwright Sports Complex here in South Portland, Maine. Teams seem to be having a great time in the Players Lounge, watching this live stream and watching Club Nationals happening in San Diego, California. Taking advantage of the multiple vendors here, maybe grabbing lunch at one of the food trucks that we have available, even a inflatable obstacle course.
Pull is up, seems to come back in bounds. Dartmouth quickly down to set up their defense. Binghamton to pick up. Misses the first, goes to 20 in the center. Quick hit back to the handler.
Binghamton coming out in a horizontal stack this time, going a little more downwind. And now they're falling into a vertical as they get further downfield. But a foul called.
Seems like there's some contact on the cut here by the offensive player.
It's pretty early in the stall count, so whether or not that was contested didn't really affect anything. Oh, but a tip disc
Amazing
leads
second
to
half
a
grab.
highlight reel second opportunity catch. And a bit of a switched force here. Dartmouth had been forcing one way, and then they kind of switched at midpoint and maybe switched back.
Yeah.
Leads to another upline cut for 17 here.
Yeah, Chris Wells from Binghamton on the score.
He's done that a few times for goals.
Yeah.
And that's half, 8-5.
Yeah. Pretty impressive start for Binghamton.
Indeed.
see if Dartmouth can pick up some energy here in the second half.
And definitely some frustrations from Dartmouth sideline, but the energy's high and they're definitely not out of this yet.
Yeah.
I believe they'll be receiving out of half too. We're going to take a break here, but we'll be back for second half. This great fight between Dartmouth, Pain Train, and Binghamton Big Bear. Welcome back to Wainwright here for the second half. Apologies for a bit of a change in perspective on the camera angle as the weather appears to be coming a little faster, so we're making some adjustments to our viewing angle and everything. Huck immediately goes up for Dartmouth. And a great block by the Binghamton player here. Gives an immediate break chance for Binghamton. Pardo to pick up. Coming out in a horizontal stack. Flick fake looking, another upline cut by Wells. Been getting up and upline all day. Good job throwing it back to the middle. And Wall. But a great hand block here. Takes away the inside and gives Dartmouth the end zone chance, winning the field position game. Trying to isolate Phillips in the front, but not able to get open. Good defense.
Dartmouth doing a good job managing possession here with a red zone opportunity.
Oh, and a bit of an ambitious high release, tails away, but another excellent layout grab to save possession. And then good Chili throwing a swing. Throws to the front of the stack. Phillips, good resetting by Dartmouth, but Binghamton definitely playing, kind of falling into a brackety front of the stack.
Dartmouth catches a low throw for the score.
And it's a big hold to bring it to 8-6 right at a half. Get their D-line back on the field. We should note with the rounds today that while this is just coming out of half, we probably only have about 10 or 12 minutes left in this round before hard cap goes on. Hard cap being if there's a team in the lead when the point ends, once cap goes on, the game will be over, but if it's a tie game, that would lead to a universe point, final point.
Take a moment to just recognize one of our sponsors here at the tournament today. Revision Energy, one of the most fun signs on the field, has a sun with some mountains. Did you know that Revision Energy was co-founded by Ultimate World Champion Fortunato Mueller? Revision Energy loves supporting Ultimate Frisbee because it's a friendly, inclusive sport. We think good vibes matter in today's crazy world. That's why Revision Energy is a 100% employee-owned solar company and certified B Corp. Revision Energy's mission is to make life better by building our just and equitable electric future. So please be in touch to learn how we can help you save money and reduce your carbon footprint with solar energy, battery storage, heat pumps, and electric vehicle charging stations. Thank you, Revision Energy.
Well said, Ethan. And Binghamton trying to bring the energy back up as they're getting ready to receive this pull. Dartmouth wiping the disc off. As you can see, long sleeves, rain gear, pop-up tents coming up here as it starts to precipitate more.
Dartmouth
good inbounds pull.
Binghamton over pick up, sorry.
Looking for these inside breaks and leads to an immediate bounce out for hopefully a deep look, but good shutdown by Dartmouth. Take away the deep. Oh, loading up for a bid, but good job by the receiver to seal out the defender. And Binghamton's moving it out pretty effortlessly. Finds a little short away into the end zone for an easy goal.
Yeah, Binghamton striking back almost right away. Up 9-6 now.
They came out in horizontal, stayed in it the whole way despite getting close enough to the end zone where many teams you would see transitioning into a more vertical stack.
Not Binghamton.
Breaking the mold. Those Big Bear. That Big Bear? Those Big Bear?
Those Big Bears.
Is it plural?
Good question. people looking now to cover up their belongings. The rain is coming.
Yeah, a bit of a transition period as the weather really starts to become a factor here, and we'll see if that affects anything on the field with throws and catches.
No way, we have a tent now?
Yeah, get your stuff on the floor!
Players making the astute observation that it is getting wet out here.
And I concur.
I'm not sure if you can hear the sideline at home, but it is getting loud.
And an immediate retaliation as the gamesmanship from the sidelines continues.
Dartmouth quick pickup here. Binghamton looks like to be in their zone look again.
It makes sense trying to get Dartmouth in wet conditions to try and complete a lot of passes, but a nice blade look over the top kind of lets them jailbreak.
Guys, camera watch.
And while they got Binghamton to melt into person, they were unable to complete the final pass into the end zone for a goal. So gives Binghamton a break opportunity.
They love those.
Go, Pretty. Yeah.
Good around break there to open up the field, but we haven't seen a ton of around breaks, mostly insides from these college kids, but that's a nice flat throw into space. And another, an away chest-high bid, but just off the fingertips of the receiver, gives the disc back to Dartmouth.
The throw looked okay out of the hand. I think the conditions played with it a bit.
Yeah, wind appeared to have popped that up. Binghamton setting up this zone, see if they can keep Dartmouth trapped on this downwind sideline. Make it hard for them to get it back where the throws, have a little more space. Binghamton really towing the line here, but getting as tight as possible to a double team without it being a double team. Travel called, brings it back. Oh, the pick call, not a travel.
We believe your angle may be off screen currently, so we're going to do our best to try and...
It looks like a pick call through is retracted, brings it back, lets the completion through the middle of the cup.
Dartmouth retains possession.
Disc check back in, Dartmouth making some chisel cups from the handlers back up through the cup to gain some yards and finding some good low backhands from 21. Nice layout to save possession. Both teams have had a few of those in this game. Oh, and then Binghamton gets the throw they want, and the wing able to pinch in on the floaty swing to get a block.
Yeah, number 8 on the defense there.
Pick called. Pick call, discussion about whether or not the player who was picked had a play on the disc. Appears that the continuation throw is standing and players just catching up relative to where they were when the pick was called. A frequently misinterpreted rule in the ultimate rule book, although certainly not very clear-cut.
seem to be navigated well by the Binghamton and Dartmouth players.
Yeah. I think there was definitely some pretty high intensity at the beginning of the game, but things have certainly settled down and no animosity appears to occur between. Nice layout catch here by 56. Oh, and gets open up line.
That's number 20 from Binghamton on the score. He did approach us at halftime, a budding ultimate love story here at Lobster, if you will. He wanted us to shout out his girlfriend, Autumn. Shout out Autumn. Great score, Binghamton.
Dartmouth calling a timeout here, which is an interesting move down a few with hard cap approaching, but settling themselves down and then maybe see if they can get a quick hold before the end of the game and bring some momentum into their next round.
Yeah, it's a good long play over the course of the tournament to take stock in these moments and see if you can build on that.
Especially early in the season where individual results don't necessarily matter. More teams are looking to build cohesion and find a rhythm playing the longer game for the rest of the season. Binghamton, on the other hand, even without a true coach, they seem to be pretty loose and fired up here. Ethan, what do you think Dartmouth's talking about in this huddle?
I don't know. It seems like they're, well, obviously calling a line right now, but seem to be taking some quick little feedback session there from some players, see if they can correct some of the mistakes they've seen this game. Still
Definitely look like they're trying to keep things loose.
Yeah, they want to maintain that dog mentality that they've tried to foster over there in the huddle. I do have some sympathy for Connor here with the clipboard. The wet conditions makes it pretty difficult to keep track of various lines he's called and players that have played. And
looks like his paper's laminated though.
Yeah, veteran move.
I don't even know where I would go to laminate something these days.
I don't know. Your friendly neighborhood FedEx office, I'm sure.
I suppose.
Not yet a sponsor of Maine Ultimate, but the Lobster Pop it soon.
FedEx, call us. I don't know if these college kids use printers or paper anymore, but they probably ship things.
Very true.
Oh, Binghamton sideline staying fired up. Even some of the extras coming on the field here.
Yeah, in an observed game, this would be ripe for the TMF, but fortunately, no observers here today. They're on the San Diego of the West Coast. We're on the San Diego of the East Coast.
Another big flick pull here.
Yeah.
Not quite as far as the last one, but definitely get some good hang time. And here comes Binghamton's zone again.
Get over! Trap!
There's certainly some opportunities for Dartmouth to try and find holes through the middle of this, but they haven't been able to do it as yet. Looks like two Dartmouth handlers just giving and going until they try to throw one through the middle, and a nice play
slipping through the hands of McClap catch. Disc is wet now. It is raining.
Oh, and Binghamton looking to finish here.
Scored.
And I believe Cap might be on. That might be the end of the game, but we'll see what the teams decide here. I think teams might be lining it up. We're not quite sure here. It looks like they'll be playing at least one more point. Oh, some more discussion about cap timing. I'm not quite sure. But Dartmouth putting out a, looks like their D-line here. See if they can finally get a hold.
Next time I'm doing a Spider-Man.
But yeah, Dartmouth. Let's see if Binghamton comes down with that zone again, get another turn.
Yeah, good observation on the Dartmouth D-line. We saw them play some offense earlier and get a quick score, so we'll see if they can make that happen again.
Judging by Binghamton asking, unless they're playing the true long game, Binghamton asking Dartmouth to hold line there, which means having their players not move around so they can assign and matchups correctly implies that they're going to be able to play a person defense here instead of a zone. But smart teams will do that and then come zone anyway. So we'll see what ends up happening.
We are gaining in the precipitation now as Dartmouth fields the pole.
Pull up, and Binghamton does indeed come down in a person defense, forcing backhand back towards the wind. Oh, and another layout save.
Possession.
Oh, but a poach block in the lane by Wells here. And a huck immediately goes up, but a little floaty. And a nice D for Dartmouth to get it back. And then a swing on the high side, but immediately thrown back. Jump cut.
Onside.
Dartmouth doesn't really have an option backfield.
Nice. He's in.
Good layout catch on the sideline with the wind pushing that out of bounds.
Onside. Good stuff, Damski.
Oh, but Binghamton able to do a great job to squeeze the sideline to make Dartmouth have to throw something into a tight window, and it gets pushed out of bounds.
Yeah, difficult place to get out of this low sideline with all the wind and the rain.
Looks like an injury is called on Dartmouth, number 2. Taking a line, and it's checked in for Binghamton on the sideline. Oh, and a huck immediately goes up. Good play by the Dartmouth defender.
This stays on the low side of the field here. Let's see if Dartmouth can get it to the middle and make something of it.
Dartmouth checking it in again on this trap sideline. Looking to throw it back to the middle, but the option, good reset defense by Wells, leads to a late stall punt to no receiver. And this point continues.
Binghamton
Which
picks
I think
up.
we're well into hard cap at this point. Nice catch right on the sideline here.
Great body control to get the toes in.
Yeah, exactly.
Check back in. Thrown back to the middle here. Wells looking 15-yard gainer on the open side. Another continuation cut.
Carmelo Anthony with the disc.
Nice toes. Nice little shimmy fake to throw it inside.
Another great job getting this back to the center.
Yeah.
Getting away from this low sideline.
Binghamton's consistency in getting that swing from the trap sideline back in the middle and really being assertive about doing so has really helped them space things out.
Big up-point hammer.
A bit of a pack, and a few Binghamton players seem to have kind of maybe D'd themselves there. Dartmouth still fighting here. Oh, but an unfortunate drop on an open under gives Binghamton another chance. C72 looking back to the middle, and Wells turns it and gets it open up line again. Maybe a foul call brings it back. Looks like a little swim move.
It's like 72 dime to put the disc in play for Binghamton. Slow to start for Binghamton.
Yep.
Hammer
Good.
for the swing.
Gotta love a good hammer swing.
Just past the hands of number 20.
If it had been a hammer, maybe it would have been completed.
Questionable, but maybe next time. Dartmouth pick up 24, has the disc. Looking downfield for an option. Still looking, firing.
Oh, and a great huck just off the hands of the receiver. Binghamton checking in again right on the coffin corner. Oh, and a floaty backhand. Callahan opportunity. Dartmouth living in Callahan country. Little reset to the break side, keeps in the middle.
Some frustration.
Not a lot of continuity.
Binghamton.
But a foul. There looks like there's a pick or a foul downfield. Things seem to have, just a slip seems to have caused a trip and keep things moving.
Players seem confused downfield. We're confused as well. Not entirely sure.
Yeah, the stack shape by the Binghamton Cutters doesn't seem to be quite as disciplined as it was, leaving Binghamton's handlers to do a lot of the work here. Oh,
all right, Dartmouth,
wind
another
pops
chance
it up.
right on the red zone. Let's see if they can capitalize.
Oh, tries to jam it. A drop, but no call. See if Binghamton's able to get a little more energy from downfield, generate some more cuts.
Long point for both teams. It is wet now. It is windy. It's a tough final point.
Great throw back to the middle of the field. Leads to another continuation. That's where Binghamton's like to throw hucks from, but they just settle for a 20-yard under. Oh, inside break. Oh, tipped. And a nice play by the Dartmouth defender after getting beat on the first cut to come back and make a defensive play. Inside lefty break from Dartmouth. Little shimmy.
Gets it to center.
Oh,
Puts
another
up
flick
the huck.
But it's sailing. Oh, and just out of the reach of 26, who had some steps. Both teams looking to be tired here. See who can persevere to win this point. And I think at this point, this will be the last point of the game. Nice mark to take away a flick huck.
Just managing to get his toes in bounds there.
Oh, another upfield, nice grab. Leads to an away throw. Oh, but a great D by 26. And a tip drill by 17.
Caught on the very back of the line. It looks like Binghamton gets the score.
And
Wow.
An exciting way to end that long last point.
Yeah, an impressive second effort goal from Chris Wells there.
And Binghamton takes the game 12-6, I believe. It's a good fight from both teams and seemed closer than it was at points.
Yeah, great performance from Binghamton. Dartmouth, solid performance as well. Unfortunately, weren't able to get the points on the board like they wanted to and drop one to Binghamton here.
Thank you very much for tuning into this game from 2023 Lobster Pot. We'll be back shortly with another match, I think, from the upper women's division. I'm Andy Schachter.
I'm Ethan Taylor Pierce.
See you next time.
And welcome back to Wainwright in South Portland for the 2023 Lobster Pot. We are currently viewing the first point of UVMA women's versus BC women's. I am Mike Callahan alongside intern Silvio and Maxime Rumiel, our videographer, and my esteemed colleague Tom on the call.
How's it going, everybody? The weather has taken a turn. You've tuned into us earlier. We did the first game of the day. It was a little raining as BC looks downfield. And in the last 20 minutes, the rain has arrived, and so has the wind.
And so we are doing our best to keep our equipment dry. So apologies if the stream is not complete, but we're working the best we can given the conditions. And UVM is moving the disc up the near sideline, doing quick handler weaves. BC trying to force this sideline. Ooh, surprise.
Ooh, nice bid and the catch by number 8. Well done.
And we have a disc up the field, floater, air bounce, and that should be a point.
There you go.
UVM
with the
on
first
the
point.
board first, 1-0.
Yeah, that was an excellent catch by number 8. I don't think number 8 was expecting the throw to come that tight. I think they were looking for it more down the line where there was more space, but way to stick with the play and make an excellent catch up the side of the field.
Continue, adjust, very nicely done by UVM. And now BC will seek to answer. We were commenting earlier about the weather conditions and the fields, but the fields are holding up quite well despite the newly intense rain.
Yeah, I mean, the players are now they're already, you can see the Boston College players cleaning their cleats out, they're taking some of the turf and the mud out. That's been happening all day, and really the field looks pretty much the same as it was earlier. So it's holding up well. It is slick, so we have seen a lot of players slip. And obviously these conditions make easy plays, easy throws and catches that much more difficult.
It takes a lot of focus in this weather to, make sure you look the disc all the way into your hands, and you can have all the focus in the world and you still might slip on the throw.
The wind is a little gusty. It seems to be coming almost straight at our camera, so coming directly across the field toward us.
And UVM pulling right to left. Emily Posey knocks it down there. BC takes over, near sideline.
BC's in a vertical stack, cuts from the back to begin.
Nice
catch.
Nice grab by the player. Still on the sideline, looking for help. Oh, gets it off, but slippery disc. Posey picks up, throws deep. Backhand curling back into the corner of the end zone, and point for UVM.
Is it though? Hold on. She lost it with the contact to the ground. Let's see if it's a point or not.
Technically, it's what, first point of contact as long as rotation stopped. That is a point, correct?
I thought you had to maintain the catch all the way. If you do make contact with the ground, you have to maintain possession throughout the ground contact.
I do not know the answer to that question.
Yeah. But it looks like right now, they are calling it a score for UVM.
And I will say, both teams are quite enthusiastic to be playing in the weather. It is actually nice to see. So UVM is now up 2-0 over BC. We had a couple of different kind of points out of UVM so far. You had the one where they worked it up the field and one with a quick strike off the turnover. We'll look to see how BC answers.
Yeah, UVM is going to do that. They have a lot of high-level throwers who are going to look to capitalize on any and all turnover chances to attack the deep space, and really, they're not necessarily looking to turn it into a fast break. They look to converting it in one shot if they can. So they have a couple of throwers who can hit pretty much any point of the field from wherever they have the disc.
And we have We mentioned earlier, BC came out in the vertical stack offense. That is typically you have 2 people out as your primary handlers and everyone else in a stack moving up and down the field, kind of in the middle of the field. All cuts come out of the stack, so you have lots of space in order to cut. So UVM, left of your screen, getting ready to pull to BC on the right.
And it looked like in the on the previous points for BC, I mean, the cuts were from the back of the stack. They were good. They were well timed. They just, they just had a drop. So like that's going to happen in these conditions. But the offense did not look like it was stagnant or having a hard time. Let's see. Ooh, a nice roller pull here.
Ends up in the middle of the field. And sort of a side stack here. Oh, nice underthrow. BC, middle of the field.
Ooh, same cut from the handler and the car downfield. Kind of cut each other off.
And we have our first sorry call of the game. Near sideline, looking for help.
UVM's got a number 2 defender came off of her mark and jumped in the one lane to take that away.
And she puts up a forehand that's fading towards the sideline, and BC knocks it out of bounds. Do we have a call on the field? Okay, we have some sort of call.
A stall was called back here.
Oh, a stall.
And they continued on, and then there was a continue, and then the throw afterwards. So the turnover happened 2 throws before.
You guys stand down there.
Number 2 actually
we're doing the live
this,
commentary. All right. Okay. So it was stall was called, so it should have been a turnover instead of a D turnover.
Right. When number 2 came in and took that disc away, there was a stall called on that throw.
Nice anticipation by UVM on the break side.
Oh, and it would appear as though Boston College has had some reinforcements arrive on the sideline in the form of their men's team.
Oh, and a quick turnover, UVM getting ready to pick up, and good fake.
UVM not really falling into any sort of offensive formation after the turnover.
It's sort of haphazard.
There we go.
Oh, and we have not in.
Not in yet.
Good D by the BC
and a turnover.
defender.
Yeah! Let's go, BC!
BC picks up near sideline on their own end line.
Their stack is pushed a little far close to us.
Yeah, they're not giving themselves enough space there.
Excellent bid by that UVM defender. Almost had a layout defensive play.
It's going to be questionable offense with that little space to operate. But nice snag. Very nice job catching the disc in tough weather conditions.
Don't chill in front of this space, please. This is the camera space. Thank you.
And UVM takes over and tries to run. Oh, beautiful deflection, but caught off the deflection. Number 2 for UVM scores their third point of the game. Do you guys stand down there a little bit? We're doing the commentary.
Let's go, BC! Get him back.
And let's not forget, this is the same UVM team that lost to North Carolina in the semifinals of nationals last year.
Absolutely.
So they're a very, very good club.
A very, very good club. It is the middle of October. They're getting back into the swing of things with their teammates and the offense that they like to run. They've had practices, but it is still like it's a new season for them. So, but UVM does look like they are a very cohesive unit and a great team. So.
And speaking with one of their players in the spring about their loss in the semis, she mentioned that they played really well. Just North Carolina was so good. Any opportunity they immediately took advantage of. So in order to keep advancing, UVM's going to have to get really tight and really good on their, and this is a good tournament to kind of figure out what they want to do on offense and on defense in the coming year.
Yeah, and I know that college teams really like this tournament too, as it is like an early, an early season tournament that really kind of gets new players involved, and they can kind of figure out what sort of moving pieces and how they want to make things fit and things to work on over the course of the season.
And
as Boston College gets ready to play offense here, vertical stack.
And good defense by UVM, switching it up. Every cut's coming from the back, so it's a lot easier to defend that way if you know where the cut's coming from.
Yeah. It looks like UVM has a dedicated poach defender just playing the lane instead of playing a person.
And we have BC near sideline looking for help, trying to get help, but D, UVM will take over on the near sideline, right near the camera. Watch out for the camera, ladies. And UVM, middle of the field. And Posey with a layout grab, moving the disc up the far sideline. And we have another point. And UVM is now up 4-0.
I need a
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
At first I was like, oh, he's like really into the game, and I was like, oh, that makes sense.
All right, so now we have a score of 4-0. UVM really dominating at this point. So what I've noticed is, BC can get the disc moving a little bit, and then they struggle when the defense gets really tight. And UVM seems to have an easier time moving the disc right now.
Well, right now, BC was able to move the disc the first couple points, but that last point, UVM made an adjustment on defense and decided that they were going to make Boston College have to break the mark and go up the break side to get any offense. They dedicated a defender to sit in the lane and shut down all the easy open side cuts, and Boston College struggled with moving that disc around the mark, and UVM really hasn't had to do a whole lot of full field offense so far. They've been able, their offense has come off of turnovers and short field, where their throwers are even more maximized with their ability to hit all points of the field.
Yeah, and I think one of the great myths of Ultimate is, and it's one of these things in the teaching where we say, oh, well, the cut should come from the back of the stack. And the problem with that is everything gets predictable. If I know where you're cutting from every time, I'm just going to, like you said, poach someone in the lane and go ahead and try and throw through that.
Well, then we saw earlier Rutgers run the same offense, but Rutgers' throwers were able to do some different things down the field, whereas BC's throwers are struggling when they have to throw anything that's not an open side cut.
So UVM will take over again after a quick turnover. All right, we've readjusted our position because the BC sideline is thankfully boisterous for their women, which we
fantastically boisterous, but
encourage.
Yes.
So we have rearranged ourselves so we can actually be heard above the crowd.
Give you guys a little bit of a reprieve from the BC sideline.
Not that you need to necessarily hear us. 5 yards short. How? It's 15,
it's
right?
only 15.
Oh. Right.
Oh, was that on purpose?
Yeah.
Wait, is that normal?
We made a lot of adjustments for this field.
So that was a player noticing that the ultimate field is too small. The end zones are 5 yards short of regulation. Our regulation ultimate frisbee field is 70 yards long with two 20-yard end zones. And the end zones on this field are apparently 15 yards deep as opposed to, well, it looks like actually one end zone is 15 yards deep and the other end zone is 20. Just to my eye right now. So yes, it should balance out over the course of the day, given that we always switch sides after every point. But
well, the difficulty is it's been lined for football, and to avoid mass confusion, the adjustments have been made.
And this is a phenomenally huge tournament with 86 teams from all across the eastern United States. So field space is at a premium. We are using every blade of grass to fit as many ultimate fields here as possible. So a small concession had to be made here, but an astute observation by one Emily Posey.
And UVM pulling right to left across the screen. BC backs out of the way, catching the wet disc on a pole in the rain. That's exciting.
All right, BC's moved their stack
good
further
cut
away.
on the stack. Oh.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. BC moved their stack further away, giving themselves lots more base to cut in. They just had an unforced error on that undercut there.
And that cut looked like it came from the middle of the stack instead of the very back. And oh, we have a big throw to the corner of the end zone. Not in, UVM now in. They are now up 5-0 over BC. So yeah, UVM is having an easy time playing offense on a short field. BC struggling to move the disc more than a couple throws.
And as the wind continues to pick up, realistically, I mean, even with all the talent that UVM has, moving the disc on a full field in the wind like this is going to be, would be a challenge for anyone. So BC is just making their job a little bit easier right now. But it just shows you how difficult the sport is to play in the wind and the rain.
Yeah, the rain's definitely certainly having an effect. Even if it's not having a direct effect on, well, it is having a direct effect on the slipperiness of the disc, but there's also the mental aspect. If you're too worried about the elements, it gets into your head, and all of a sudden you're second guessing your throws, your holstering, you're not confident in your catches, and ultimate is the sport of confidence.
So I'm interested to see if Boston College sticks with a stack that's pushed over to the far side of the field just to initiate the offense. They know UVM is going to be forcing them toward us, toward our sideline. So giving their cutters more room to operate. They've had some unforced errors, but they've had good cuts into open base, and the throws have been there. So if they can start stringing some passes together, there's some, it looks like the offense can definitely get rolling if they stick with it.
Great pull with that win by Emily Posey. BC now picking up the disc, middle of the field. They are starting sort of from, and that's an inside out that Posey eats up. Picks up the disc, UVM looking to score immediately. Oh, and a little bit short on that throw. But great layout by number 2.
And I think that BC off the pull, they're making an adjustment now, but the stack set up as though it was going to be a forehand force as opposed to the backhand force that UVM is forcing. So they kind of worked themselves into a pickle right off the bat. They have adjusted a little bit on this next go at it.
Oh, and that was just a misfire. Unfortunate. UVM taking it, air bounces it to the tallest player on the field, and it hits the dirt. Not a bad idea to throw it high to the tallest player. Oh, we might have an injury. Yep. Looks like BC will be subbing a player out.
BC defender, she's holding onto her ankle. It looks like she might have come down and rolled her ankle when she landed. It was a great effort on defense to try and get back into that play there.
Yeah, she really did also did a good job of kind of angling her body to try and get, and she's being aided off the field by her teammates, and she will take a sub. Now in ultimate, If one team subs for any reason, for an injury, for example, the other team has the option to sub out as well.
And while we have a second, Mike, what are some of our sponsors here?
Oh, well, we've
today?
got
Do y'all need a trainer?
Royal River across from us. They are a valued member of our community, as well as Revision Energy. They've got a solar truck over here in our Turney Central, and they've been a sponsor for a long time. Their owner is a fantastic ultimate player in his own right, or was back when he still played.
Absolutely. And the disc was put in play here in Vermont with a strike cut and throw a bit behind the receiver, but BC takes over. Again, having readjusted their stack to give themselves more space, and another unforced error on the throw down the field.
UVM picks it up. Oh, throws it right into the back, but that was a foul. Accidental. Coincidental. And Posey picks it back up. Nice throw, UVM. Oh, and the wide open, and she cannot get it. Number 30, just out of her reach. So UVM will play defense. BC takes over towards middle of the field on their own end line. And they're doing a side stack again to try and give themselves space, but it's a backhand forward. Yeah,
they realized it and they moved over again.
And another turnover by BC. UVM seeking, and they get a quick strike to the corner of the end zone to go up 6-0.
Yeah, and another sponsor today is the maker of the official Ultimate Frisbee discs of USA Ultimate, which is Discraft. They've been making Ultimate discs for a long time. They are the industry standard, and they love to keep the fun in the flying discs. And Discraft is one of our sponsors here as well today.
And they also make disc golf discs for those of you who like the sport.
Absolutely. If it's flat and it flies, Discraft probably makes it.
All right, so we got U of AM currently with a commanding lead, up 6-0, and pulling right to left across your screen. BC's got to find an answer. They've got to get into a rhythm.
Yeah, they're going to need to fight the urge to cluster really tightly around the disc and keep their spacing on offense. They have done that so far, and make those throws just one cut at a time and just really focus on each throw. It's you can't get points all back like all at once, but one throw at a time, one completion at a time. When the stall gets up to 5 or 6, look at that reset and don't look away. Just simple ultimate, and really just get some momentum offensively, because right now they're 1 and 2 passes and they're done, and then UVM's off to the races.
And I do like that they made an immediate adjustment to their stack instead of being in the middle of the field and initiating that way, using a side stack.
Right.
But again, it seems like every cut comes from the back, which makes them predictable.
Yeah. And they're losing a couple seconds off of each turn. They just need to just focus and remember and communicate from the sideline too, of just like UVM is going to force them to come to our side of the field, no matter what direction they're going in. And so just knowing that the stack always has to set up on the far side of the field, and just knowing that from the beginning, no matter what the turnover is just like, then you can set up that way to begin with, and you don't lose 2 or 3 seconds readjusting like they've had for the last couple of points.
Nice pull by UVM. We have a call already. Was that?
I believe they're asking if the disc had hit somebody on the way down, and if it did hit a BC player on the way down, it would be a turnover.
From my angle, it did not look like that. Oh, good. That was a nice attempt. UVM off to the races. Holsters. Oh, nice inside-out backhand for a point.
Yeah,
and that's 7-0 UVM.
The face of the UVM thrower says it all there. She knows she got away with one there. That's a throw that's not necessary that early in the stall count. It's a throw that is fantastic in the sunny, bright, not windy conditions, but out here, yeah, that was almost defended.
Yeah.
And yeah, no
It
reason
was
to
a
make that
really
risky look.
nice throw,
It was
but
a very nice throw, but not necessary given the circumstances.
And that looks like it's going to take us to half.
7, right?
Yeah, they're playing to 13.
I got this if you want to take a break.
Yeah. So we will come back in a few moments. All right, we are coming back to you live from South Portland, the 2023 Lobster Pot, and UVM up 8-0, getting ready to pull to the BC women. Conditions here are gorgeous, a little bit of rain, a little bit of wind, but otherwise fairly warm.
I'm not sure if the BC players would agree with you.
They look
like they're frigid out there.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna lie, it's definitely gotten colder as the wind has picked up throughout the day. I am happy to have all the layers on that I do.
Yeah, it looks like they just really want to get the game underway so they can run around and start warming up.
It hasn't killed their spirit, the weather, or the score. Like, BC is here, and they are enjoying their time here at Lobster Pot.
So UVM, looks like getting ready to pull.
Oops. Yeah, looks like UVM's pulling.
So
Pulling to BC.
We have the pull is up, and it'll make about midfield, closer to the sideline. And BC picks up. And very crowded stack. Again, good job by the UVM defense. They've got one person poaching the lane at all times. A poach is when you're not actually guarding a person, you're guarding more of a space to try and get a cheap, easy turnover. And BC on the near sideline. And prayer pass that is
good bid
unanswered.
by the BC receiver.
UVM will take over. Near sideline towards their own end zone. And we have a call. A pick, something? We have some sort of, well, UVM picks up the disc. Moving the disc up, looking long, throwing backhand up the field. Oh, and just off the hands.
Got its feet tangled up a little bit.
Yep. So BC will take over, right around middle of the field, midfield. UVM again poaching that lane. BC being, looks like they're confused about what to do on offense in that situation.
Yeah, that's what's happening with BC's offense.
And UVM moving the disc quickly. Oh, and that's a
Might have
grounder.
hit the ground on the way. Yeah, it looks like when UVM is putting that poacher in the lane, the BC cutters are kind of stopping and not really knowing what to do about that person being in their way. The best way to defeat that is to flood that person with multiple cuts and give that person moving out of the way, because otherwise this happens.
Yes. Oh, and near sideline towards the end zone, UVM with the disc.
UVM just scored that point on a high release flick that was behind the receiver. She fell down coming back to it and made a nice catch.
Was that on count 0 or 1?
Less than 5 for sure.
So yeah, so another way to combat that poach is to start your cuts from the front of the stack. Because they're leaving that person alone.
Right, because they're poaching off of, they're not necessarily poaching off of a specific person in the stack, they're picking a specific defender who's very aware, and they're telling that defender to be the poacher. So the poach is coming from different spots in the stack, but BC would behoove BC to try and find that person and have that person be the one who's active, just to make that defender play defense instead of staying out there in the lane shutting everything down.
Or, make that cut and force someone else to have to come off their person, and then the cascade effect of someone being open and being the primary cutter.
Yeah, what we're really seeing is the throwers of BC are just not able to challenge the marks of UVM and are unable to explore the break side of the field, which is making the offense very predictable and very easy to shut down with this poach defender.
All right, so UVM pulls. BC will pick up right side of the screen, near sideline. backhand force, and struggling. Oh, gets the throw off, gets the completion. BC with the disc, UVM. Oh, right on the cutter. BC, oh, right into the hands of the UVM defender. UVM will pick up, near sideline. Up the field, oh, a little bit short. BC takes over, near sideline. See how they react. Oh, deep throw to the middle.
They were looking to go deep down the field, but it came out of her hand funny and curled back into the pile in the middle.
UVM near sideline. Ooh,
nice
towards
throw.
the end zone. Beautiful throw.
Yeah.
Not sure if she's in or not. She is.
I believe there was a pick called that they are discussing, and that it did not affect the play that occurred.
So that makes it 10-0 UVM over BC. A very enthusiastic BC crowd. Yeah, so when we talk about things like force and break side, what we mean is the person who is defending the offensive person with the disc sets up basically on their hip and tries to force them to throw in a very specific direction. That's the force side. The break side is around behind where that defender is. And a lot of times, because in the stack, the defenders are in that force space, if you can get a completion around that mark and on the break side, everything is open because the defenders are on the wrong side, and that's really what BC needs to try and exploit at this point.
Yeah, and there are some ways to get around to do that. Even if you can't explore it from throwing the disc downfield. You can do some creative things with your handlers to set up their cuts, even if you're working backwards, to create some room to be able to get a throw off going, like in that direction. There are some things to do, and it might be something that is worth just trying, during the point of this game as more of a learning experience, given that the score has gotten out of hand for BC. So it's something to just kind of work on some things and get some confidence going into their next game, whether that's later today or tomorrow morning.
And UVM pulls, BC just over half field mark, picks up, setting up the stack. UVM playing really good defense, nice cut, good patience, holsters, forehand.
Excellent.
Still near side. Good defense by UVM. Oh, undercut, but right around. Oh, and BC still near sideline with the disc, trying to move, patient, not trying to force it. Nice around. Back to 29 on the near sideline. Looking, and that just came out funny because of the rain.
That was the best looking offensive possession BC's had in this game. The cuts were determined, they were well timed, and they made some execution in some really tight windows. That was a good looking offensive point by BC.
Well, and that point, every cut looked to be full speed. Some of these cuts BC's been having have been jogging or half-speed cuts. So BC will take over toward the far sideline.
You can see the wet frisbee is starting to really affect both sides here. The players are trying to wipe their hands, find any dry space they can. Nice focus there by the BC player. Number 17 catching that one.
Oh, but she turns it over. UVM looking for a quick strike. Forehand up the middle of the field. Deep. And now looking for a really hard blade into the wind. And that rolls, but that's not a bad play because now they can try and trap BC down here and get a quick turnover and a quick score.
I want to see if they'll trap them or if they're just going to stick with the forehand. Yeah, they're going to stick with forehand. It's been working so far. The forehands are hard in the rain. BC realizes this with that side stack all the way on the sideline, as much as they can.
Great defense by UVM there. Backhand, nope,
Missed
that's
him.
going to be just out of reach of the UVM.
That's
offensive
where
player.
you throw that disc with the wind directly behind you, and it just
keeps going.
It gets faster. It accelerates as it goes, and it doesn't flow. It just sails right away.
It just doesn't turn right. Does not turn right. So BC takes over on their own end line. And that's a punt. And UVM, that was a high stall count there. UVM number 2 takes over.
Is this Emma Massey with the disc that just threw that? In the gray? No?
I don't think so. I think she graduated a couple years ago. Oh, and we have another point. So it's now 11-0, UVM over BC. BC making large-scale changes to their offense now. I'm sure the women on the sideline want to get in and warm up as the temperature has dipped noticeably. Yeah, so I think you're right, Tom. I think at this point, BC needs to kind of go back to the basics and say, all right, let's work on getting some flow on offense so that going into our next game, we have got a little bit of confidence, we're moving the disc, and we know we'll be able to score.
Yeah. And even the offense that they were running, the determination we had those cuts, if they had some more spacing between them and used more, you know, instead of condensing their stack into a 10-yard field, like 15, 20 yards of, you know, base, they could have chewed up some more yards with each throw and moved the disc, you know, a little further downfield.
And it does look like the BC players are trying to be very precise and throw it right on the person instead of throwing to space and letting the cutter run onto the disc.
And some of that has also been, you recognize as a player, I mean, UVM top to bottom is really athletic and very fast, and so you do, you know, sometimes you feel like you have to be really precise when you feel that defender right on you all the time, and that they're going to either run through you or go, you know, go past you to go catch up and make that play. So
UVM pulls left to right across your screen. Nice hanging pull. Don't run away from it. BC will pick up. Trying to get the stack ordered. Oh, nice little cut there. BC with the disc, near sideline. Backhand force. Oh, good break force, but just a little out of reach of the cutter.
Good idea, though. That's the kind of throw that you need to make it a couple times to make UVM respect that possibility.
Correct. Now UVM with the disc, near sideline. Quick little strike cut. Looking back to the middle of the field, swings it back. Oh, good give and go by the two handlers. And just out of reach in the corner of the end zone.
Yeah, that little handler give and go there with a perfectly timed deep cut like that was really good looking offense.
You know, and that's something that UVM might want to try, is just see how far they can get with a little handler weave.
They're definitely going to need it against some higher level opponents, even you know, tomorrow, depending on how far that we get.
And we've got
in our schedule.
UVM just doing a fantastic job on defense right now, clogging up the force lane. Oh, good defense by BC, just under her hand. UVM still with the disc on the near side, swings it back to the middle. Swings it back to the far side of the field. Oh, and that wide open break side cut, and a pick, a travel, some sort of call. So they'll reset with 21, Emily Posey with the disc. Moves back, good strike cut there. Kind of forces it towards the sideline, and inside, little inside tricky throw.
Well done.
For the point. UVM up now, 12-0 over BC. Wind is freshening. It seems to be a little bit more across field than up and down the field now, making some interesting, making throws very interesting now.
Absolutely.
Tom, as a player, would you rather have the wind up and down the field or across the field?
I'd rather have it up and down the field. You can correct for up and down wind much easier than side to side wind. Side to side wind tends to really magnify the angles on the disc too. It pushes it down or sails it really quickly. It's much easier, to like take some off of it if it's if you're throwing with the wind, or put some more force on it into the wind. But the side to side stuff can be really tricky, and it makes it really difficult to do what UVM did on that last possession, where they're swinging it across the field, which is such an effective weapon to use the width of the field. And when you got a side to side wind, it's hard.
Yeah.
It's really hard.
Yeah, and I prefer the up and down field wind. I actually like throwing into the wind better than with the wind at my back, because the bottom just drops out of the disc if you throw it a little bit off. Whereas into the wind, you have to throw it hard, so your technique, at least for me, my technique's a little bit more sound into the wind than with the wind at my back.
It's also easier for the receivers to catch a disc that is thrown into the wind, because when it's thrown with the wind and the receiver's running and they're running at each other, the disc and the receiver are going towards each other. That disc feels like it's picking up speed, and it's much harder to judge how fast it's going.
So BC will take over here.
Lock it down!
Middle of the field.
He's on the disc!
UVM looking to...
Adopt, BC! You're good. Work this, work!
UVM with the disc. Oh, a little bit of a slip there. BC takes over near midfield, towards the far side of the field. Oh, just out of reach.
Again, a
UVM
good look by
takes
BC,
over.
but just out of reach.
And we have
Yes,
deep throw, nice throw to space there, and that is going to be another point.
Oh, that's right. Oh, my goodness.
So UVM is now up 13-0 over BC. BC just needs to get something going, just for confidence. But again, UVM is a nationals caliber women's team. They've got a lot of skill and a lot of speed. So it's to be expected that they're going to be among the best of the teams, women's teams here this weekend.
And you could tell even on that last point that UVM didn't necessarily do anything like outlandish or like super like special on offense, but just the team as a whole and their reaction time to each throw on the field. They're not waiting for something to happen to then make a cut. They are anticipating their teammate catching the disc, and they are moving as though they are going to catch it. So they're already in motion, they're already cutting before their teammate has caught the disc, which puts them in a great position. They're already open when their teammate has caught the disc. Whereas BC is kind of waiting for each event to happen and then starting their action, and it slows everything down. As BC continues to practice and get better, that will only improve as they gel as a team. But UVM has a great culture, great coaches, and they've played a lot of Ultimate. Even their younger players have come from very, very good middle school and high school competitions, so they've all played a lot of Ultimate.
So BC takes over near midfield, far sideline. Oh, throw into the stack. Quick turnover. And UVM takes over, working the disc. Yeah, one of the things that looks like happening for BC on defense is on those quick turns, they're getting a little bit lost on who they have, and UVM's just going and trusting that if it's a turnover, they'll be able to get back into position before danger time.
And BC is matching like side to side with their person, but they quickly, because they're not quite anticipating or reacting as quickly as UVM is, they're getting beaten to the spot very easily.
And now the stack is very condensed. BC takes over off the turn, moves the disc, and another quick turn, and UVM will pick up. A little give and go. And we have a point.
There we go.
So 14-0 now, UVM over BC.
And again, BC will clean these up. You know, a lot of their drops or throwaways are not poor decisions, it's just poor execution, and that gets cleaned up by practice and repetition. So
and getting used to, I mean, we don't know how many new faces there are. We don't know you know, how they're trying to work players in and get their lines figured out. So, you know, playing together means a lot in this game. You know, knowing where your teammate's going to be, and anticipating that and making that throw.
And you can hear their sidelines still cheering, still very supportive. They're still in this game. They are, and they have continued to fight and battle on every point. There's no quit that I can see. You know, the score is, you know, it's not that the score is irrelevant, but they are just continuing to battle on every point, regardless of what the score is. So there's plenty of heart and fight in this team, and they're gonna keep on getting better as the season goes on.
And it's good to see the spirit. You know, spirit of the game is still very important in this sport. So UVM pulling right to left across the screen. BC will be picking up near sideline.
Inside.
Just past midfield. And quick turnover, and now UVM takes over, moves the disc. BC getting a little bit confused on defense. Oh
dear.
We got a player
good.
down.
I hope she just twisted her ankle as she went down. You never like to see non-contact injuries. Those can tend to be the worst, but it looks like an ankle twist on the way down. She says she's fine. Emphatically, she's okay.
She's like, don't give me any help. I'm
I think
fine.
It was a frustrated fall more than an injury fall, but thankfully it wasn't anything worse.
So BC will take over at their own end line. They're trying to side stack right on the sideline because of the force. And a turnover. Posey picks it up, swings it. Oh, nice holster there. Oh, the UVM, yeah, that might be a little bit of a foul.
Yeah, the receiver, Emily, caught the disc, and the BC player knocked it out of her hands as she went past her.
Quick little give and go to a point for game for UVM. A very complete game by the UVM ladies, and but very enthusiastic BC women's team. They had really good spirit all game, and we're getting pelted by discs. It's because we've asked them to move.
That was real close. Yeah, I didn't know that I was a target. I mean, I'm wearing a red rain jacket. I didn't know I was a target.
I was open. Hopefully we will be getting an interview with one or more UVM players. We will ask permission in a moment. Hello, and I'm Mike Callahan, and we are here with
Ella Polly.
Isabel Berman.
of the UVM women's team, who just came off a successful game against BC. So far, how have you enjoyed today?
I've been a little bit cold personally, but I mean, this is just where you see like the love of the sport really come through, and so it was great.
It's our first tournament as a team together, so I think it's been really fun to build that chemistry and just get some touches in.
Yeah, have you ladies been practicing much this fall yet?
We've been practicing like 2 to 3 times a week, getting in our lifts and our runs. So yeah, we're like starting to ramp it up, but that'll come in the spring.
Yeah.
We have high goals for the season in the fall and the spring, so we're.
Well, your team is coming off going to nationals this year and performing very well. What do you think you need to do to get over that hump and beat a team like North Carolina?
I think it's really going to come down to us trusting our systems and trusting our players. We have an incredibly talented team, and there's an incredible amount of potential as well. And so I think just like getting lots of reps, getting high quality reps, and just like having so much fun like in times like this is really going to be what it is.
We're not afraid of working hard, so I think we're going to put in the work, get our systems set in place, just like Ella said, and maybe throw in some new fun systems.
And finally, anyone at home you'd like to say hello to?
I think my mom. Hi, Mom.
Hi, Ella's mom.
Excellent, and we are here at the 2023 Lobster Pot. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you so much.